Good morning, everybody. Shabbat Shalom. I hate to interrupt the schmoozing, but we're going to go ahead and get started with our Saturday morning service. So if everybody could find their way to their seats. You can bring your bagels with you. We're not going to make you leave them behind. טוב ומנעים שבת אחים גם יחד הנה מה טוב ומנעים שבת אחים גם יחד הנה מה טוב שבת אחים גם יחד הנה מה טוב ומנעים שבת אחים גם יחד הנה מה טוב ומנעים שבת אחים גם יחד הנה מה טוב שבת אחים גם יחד טוב ומנעים שבת אחים גם יחד הנה מה טוב ומנעים שבת אחים גם יחד. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Welcome.
Hello.
And please, as Rabbi Queen said, feel free to take food and to have food with you here in Kemach, in Torah. If there's no flour, there's no food, there's no Torah. Our sages said, and so we need both. We hope that today will be a day of spiritual nourishment, intellectual nourishment, and physical nourishment. And we're so delighted to see you here. We know that throughout the day, we'll have lots of members of our community and beyond coming in for our many, many sessions for today. But this morning, we're beginning with a Shabbat morning service that will primarily be a Torah service and a chance for us to honor some individuals and groups of folks with aliyot. And we're reading Parashat Noach. We're just in the first book of Torah, which happens to be my bat mitzvah parasha. It was a long, long time ago. I did the math this morning. I did the math, and I had to triple check it because I couldn't believe it, but it was 36 years ago.
Yeah, that's quite an auspicious number, I will say.
Yes, it is. It's double chai. It's double chai. And today, of course, we're celebrating 10 times chai of our community. And that is pretty amazing. And so I shared this last night, but not all of you were here last night. So I just want to tell you this little teaching, and it was very timely, pun intended. I happened to hear yesterday one of my favorite thinkers, Krista Tippett, who was the host for many, many years of first speaking on faith and then on being, which is a podcast, and now she's reconstructed that into something different. And she gave these short teachings that she called Foundations. And here's what she said, and I can't resist sharing it again, especially for those of you who didn't hear it first time. Did my mic just go off? No, it's on. And what she was speaking about was time and the long view of time. And she said that she learned from a sociologist named Elise Boulding something called the 200-year present that each of us inhabits, the 200-year present. And she said, your 200-year present begins with the birth of the oldest person you knew when you were a child. The birth of the oldest person that you knew when you were a child. And then the other boundary of that 200-year present for you is the 100th birthday of the youngest person you've held in your arms. The 100th birthday of the youngest person you've held in your arms. And for most of us, she says, that is going to be about a 200-year present that touches our lives directly and that we directly touch. And I was so struck by that notion. I'd never heard of this before, to think about that 200-year time span in that way. And to think about our temple as reaching almost to that time span. And it was very moving to me to just think about the oldest person, someone that you knew, and when were they born, and that a young baby, and when would their 100th birthday be, and that you are part of that because your life is inextricably touched to the past and the future. And what a Jewish way of looking at time too. We are part of a chain of generations. We look backwards before we can look forwards. We are always aware that our present is a part of a sacred chain of past and future. So I want to give you that little wisdom as we begin this very special Shabbat morning. And speaking of the past, we're going to delve right into Psalm 150, the final psalm in the book of Psalms. The words are on page 100. And imagine that thousands of years ago, the Levites were bringing all manner of instruments with which to express what is inexpressible in words, but perhaps with music we get a little closer. Psalm 150, page 100. Hallelujah, 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 call to prayer, the Baruch Hu.
Baruch Hu et Adonai HaMevorach. Baruch Adonai HaMevorach le'olam va'ed. Baruch Adonai HaMevorach le'olam va'ed.
You may be seated.
Page 111. Baruch atah Adonai habocher be'amo Yisrael. Sorry, page 111, not page 112. 110, actually. Or chadash al Zion ta'ir v'nizkeh kulanu mehera le'oro. Baruch atah Adonai yotzer ha'me'oro.
Amen.
That first blessing before the Shema and after the Baruch Hu is the blessing for creation and giving thanks for especially light as it sustains creation. And it's a very universal blessing. And then we move into the more particular in our next blessing, Ahava Rabbah. We move into the gift that is particular, the gift of Torah, the gift of that relationship between God and the people Israel. We're on page 112. If we're wearing our talit, we gather the fringes into one hand, symbolizing the oneness that we will soon declare with the Shema, and that is our people's connectedness from four corners of the earth is a manifestation of that divine unity, and the interconnectedness and interwovenness of all of creation is also represented by bringing the four fringes of our talit, our tzitzit, together. So join me in the middle of the bottom section on page 112 with V'havi'enu l'shalom. V'havi'enu l'shalom me'arba kanfot haaretz v'tolichenu komeliut le'artzenu ki Uvanu v'chalta g'ravtanu l'shimcha hagadol sela 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 be'emet lehodot lecha u'lyachedcha u'lyachedcha be'ahava.
Page 114. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kevod Malchuto Le'olam Va'ed. 116. Ve'ahavta et Adonai Elohecha b'chol levavcha u'b'chol nafshecha u'b'chol me'odecha v'hayu hadavarim ha'eleh asher anochi mitzavecha hayom al levavecha v'shinantam levanecha v'dibarta ba'am v'shivtecha b'veitecha uvlachtecha v'derech uv'shochbecha uv'kumecha וקשרתם לאות על ידך, והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך, וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובישעריך, למען תזכרו ועשיתם את כל מצוותיי, והייתם קדושים לאלוהיכם. אני אדוני אלוהיכם, אשר הוצאתי אתכם מארץ מצרים, להיות לכם לאלוהים. אני אדוני אלוהיכם, אדוני אלוהיכם emet. So even every day, every time we pray, whether that's every day, once a week, or whenever you get around to it, we take the opportunity to invoke and remember Yetziat Mitzrayim, the Exodus from Egypt, even when it's not Passover, even when we're not reading out of the book of Exodus, because it's such a pivotal moment in the history of the Jewish people, the moment where the Israelites were birthed into freedom to become the people that they would become, to set out on the path that led each of us to be where we are today. And we celebrate that at every opportunity, including with the Micha Mocha on page 122, our people's song of freedom. Yai dai 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 yai dai 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 yai dai 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 yai dai 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 yai dai 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 yai dai 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 mi chamocha ba'elim Adonai mi kamocha nedar b'kodesh norah tehilot osef eleh norah tehilot osef eleh shir chadasha shibechu gehulim l'shimcha sfatayim yachad kulam hodu ve'imlichu ve'amru Adonai imloch le'olam ba'ed Adonai imloch le'olam ba'ed Yai dai 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 Yai dai 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 Yai dai 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 Yai dai 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 Zor Yisrael Kuma Bezrat Yisrael Uvdeichnu Mecha Yehuda ve'Yisrael Go'aleinu Adonai Tzvaot Shemo Kedosh Yisrael Baruch Atah Adonai Ga'al Yisrael. At this time, we rise for the Amidah, the Tefillah, the standing prayer on page 124. Adonai sefatai tiftach ufi yagi tehilatecha. Adonai, open up my lips that my mouth may declare your praise. 126. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu, Elohei Avoteinu v'Imotenu, Elohei Avraham, Elohei Yitzchak, Elohei Yaakov, Elohei Sarah, Elohei Rivka, Elohei Rachel, Elohei Leah, Ha'el Hagadol, Hagibor v'Hanora, El Elyon, Gomel Chasadim Tovim, V'konei hakol, V'zocher chastei avot ve'imahot, U'mevi geula libnei b'neihem, L'ma'an shemo ve'ahava, Melech ozer u'moshia u'magen, Baruch atah Adonai, Magen Avraham, Bezrat Sarah. 128. Atah gibor le'olam Adonai, Mechayei hakol atarav lehoshia, Mashiva ruach u'morid hagashem, Mechalkel chayim bechesed,
מחיי הכל ברחמים רבים, סומך נופלים ורופא חולים, ומתיר אסורים, ומקיים אמונתו לישני עפר, מי כמוך בעל גבורות, ומדומה לך, מלך ממית ומחיה, ומצמיח ישועה, ונאמן אתה לחיות הכל, ברוך אתה אדוני, מחיי הכל.
Page 130. נקדש את שמך בעולם, כשם שמקדישים אותו בשמי מרום, ככתוב על יד נביאך, וקרא זה ואמר, קדוש, 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 אדוני צבאות, מלוך כל הארץ כבודו. אדיר, אדירנו אדוני, אדוננו, מה אדיר שמך בכל הארץ, ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו. אחד הוא אלוהינו, הוא אבינו, הוא מלכנו, הוא מושיענו, והוא ישמיענו ברחמיו לעיני כל חי. אני אדוני אלוהיכם. ימלוך אדוני לעולם, אלוהיך ציון, לדור ודור, הללויה. לדור ודור נגיד גודלך, ולנצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש, ושבחך אלוהינו מפינו לא ימוש לעולם ועד, ברוך אתה אדוני האל הקדוש. Continue individually for a few moments, the words on the page or the words in your heart. Yai lai 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 lai, lai 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 lai, yai lai lai yai lai lai, yai lai 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 lai. Ohabei Shalom bimromav. ויעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל, ואמרו אמן. יעשה שלום, יעשה שלום, שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל, יעשה שלום, יעשה שלום, שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל. יעשה שלום, יעשה שלום, שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל. יעשה שלום, יעשה שלום, Shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael.
We turn to our Torah service beginning on page 244.
Ein kamocha v'Elohim Adonai ve'ein k'ma'asecha malchutecha malchut kol olamim וממשלתך בכל דור ודור.
אדוני מלך, אדוני מלך, אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד.
אדוני עוז לעמו ייתן, אדוני יברך את עמו בשלום.
אדוני היטיב ברצונך את ציון, תבנה חומות ירושלים, תבנה חומות ירושלים, כי בך לבד בטחנו, מלך עולם ונישא, אדון עולמים.
I'd like to invite Lindsay up to open the ark for us.
And as the ark is open, we will rise. כי מציון תצא תורה, כי מציון תצא תורה, ודבר אדוני מירושלים, ברוך שנתן תורה תורה, ברוך שנתן תורה תורה לעמו ישראל בקדושתו. שמע ישראל אדוני אלוהינו אדוני אחד.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonenu, Kadosh Shemo.
Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonenu, Kadosh Shemo.
Gadlul Adonai iti, uneromema Shemo yachdav. Lecha Adonai hagedula v'hagevura v'hatziferet v'hanetzach v'hahod. Ki chol bashamayim uvaretz, ki chol bashamayim uvaretz. Lecha Adonai hamalacha והמתנשא לכל ראש. רוממו,
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 אדוני אלוהינו, והשתחוו, והשתחוו, להרום רגליו קדוש הוא. רוממו,
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 אדוני אלוהינו, והשתחוו, והשתחוו להר קודשו. כי קדוש אדוני אלוהינו, רוממו אדוני אלוהינו, והשתחוו להר קודשו. רוממו אדוני אלוהינו, והשתחוו להר קודשו. כי קדוש אדוני אלוהינו, רוממו. כי קדוש אדוני אלוהינו, רוממו. יאי לי 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 יאי לי 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 יאי לי 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 לי
started. So this morning, as Rabbi Berkman mentioned at the top, we are reading from the book of Genesis, the second parsha in the book of Genesis, Parshat Noach, which recounts the trials and tribulations of Noah, our ancestor who was told seemingly out of nowhere, because he was the guy who was good enough to build this ark because the world was going to be destroyed. A great flood would come and wipe out the vast majority of creation, and Noah and his family were responsible for gathering up the animals so that life as we know it might go on. And he does so, and it rains for 40 days and 40 nights. And finally, at the end, God sends the sign, the Ot HaBrit, the rainbow, to inform humankind and all of creation that never again will God step in to fix our mess. And then later on in the Parsha, we come to the story of the Tower of Babel. An incredible, I believe, commentary on the power of communication, what it means to be in community and in relationship with one another, how that can serve us, and how that can tear us apart. And we will be reading today, if you have your big blue Chumash, your big blue Torah book, starting on page 59, Genesis chapter 6. We'll start with verse 9.
So the group Aliyot were such a hit on the High Holy Days, and I really enjoy them. And so I was thinking about, because we do have one individual Aliyah today that's very special and has been dedicated for a while, but I wanted to do our first two Aliyot as group Aliyot. And for the first one, I would like to call those of you who are members, who have been members, this is actually going to be two groups, who have been members for less than 10 years, fewer than 10 years, and in our history, that's very new, right? So if you've been a member for fewer than 10 years, and also any of you, and this includes staff, who have been part of the 180th Planning Committee. So those two things might overlap or maybe not, but I'm going to call all of you who are in one or both of those groups to come up. So that's for you as a member, or if you work here, you're included too. And I will call you for the first Aliyah, and just so everyone knows, the Aliyah blessings are on page 250. So come on up. Thank you, Larry. And Natasha and Lindsay and Denise, member of the Planning Committee, and Mimi, our intrepid digital member from California, who has come to grace us with her presence in person, and we could not be more delighted, and Esther. All right, so we've got some laminated blessings here. 1, 2, 3.
Baruch Hu et Adonai Hamvarach.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach le'olam va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten ha'torah.
Amen. Yasher koach. Amen. Ele tolot Noach, Noach ish tzadik, tamim haya bedorotav, et ha'elohim hitalech Noach. Vayoled Noach shlosha vanim, et Shem, et Cham, et Yafed. ותשחט הארץ לפני האלוהים, ותמלא הארץ חמס.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu mikot emet emet v'chaye olam natan b'tokenu Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. May you who have helped create our 180th celebration year, and you who are new in the scope of our history, very new to our community, but already have made such an impact with your presence, may you be blessed with many more years of life and health and connection. And thank you for rising today in honor of Torah and Shabbat and our 180th celebration.
Amen.
Yasher
Amen.
koach. All right. Yes, we can have one stay as a representative. And for the second aliyah,
Scissors.
I would like to call those is there anyone here whose parents or grandparents were members of TOS? And in addition to that, any of you who've been members for more than 10 years, come on up. You're also, if you don't want to come up, you can rise at your seat. That's fine too. Wonderful. Okay.
Leftover.
Great, look at this. Look at this amazing
What a
group.
crew.
Okay, so here we'll. All right, Alberta and Roger, thank you everyone for coming up. 1, 2, 3. Baruch Adonai u'barach le'olam va'ed. Amen.
Hey, Bill, can I get you to hold this for me? Oh, drop it. Let's go. Okay.
Vayar Elohim et haaretz v'hinei nishchata ki hashchit kol basar et darcho al haaretz Vayomer Elohim lanoach kates kol basar Ba.
Ba.
Yeah.
Balefanai.
Balefanai. Ki mal'a haaretz chamas. Mipnehem. V'hineni. Mishchatam. Et haaretz. Aseh lecha. Teva, Atze Gofer, Kinim, Taseh et HaTeva, V'chafarta, Ota mi bayit u'mechutz, Ba'kofer.
V'zeh Asher.
That's next. I'm sorry. Mi beit u'michutz ba'kofer. Sorry.
Amen. May you who have blessed our community with your presence for many years now have many more years of life and health and opportunity to connect with each other, with us, with our ancient and beloved tradition. May you go from strength to strength, V'nomar, and we say, Amen. Now, if one of you could stay up as a representative, we're going to say the Mishaberach for Cholim, the prayer for healing of those who are in need of any kind of healing of body or spirit. We'll be singing on page 253. I invite those who are on Zoom to bring names into our space virtually, and anyone you are holding in your heart today for healing, we remember at this time, and may they know healing and wholeness. Page 253 in the middle. Mishaberach Avoteinu Mekor habracha Lehimotenu. May the source of strength who bless the ones before us help us find the courage to make our lives a blessing, and let us say, Amen. Mishaberach imotenu mekor habracha lahavotenu. Bless those in need of healing with refuah shlema, the renewal of body, the renewal of spirit, and let us say, Amen. May all those we hold in our hearts today know refuah shlema, complete healing and wholeness. So at this time, I have the pleasure and honor to call up Dan Dakin for the third Aliyah for today. And he's, oh my gosh, just sneaks up on me like that. He stayed up for the second Aliyah. That was so sneaky, Dan. He wanted to save himself the trip. Okay, that was smart. I respect that. So there is so much to say about Dan. We will say some things about Dan, but today is his birthday. And so Dan will take this Aliyah in honor of his birthday. And we are so delighted to be able to honor you in this way. So can you remind me of your Hebrew name, Dan? Daniel.
My name is Hershvi, my mother is Shifra.
Ya'amod Daniel ben Hershvi v'Shifra la'aliyah ha'shlishit.
Baruch hu et Adonai hamvarach.
Baruch Adonai hamelach le'olam va'ed.
Baruch Adonai hamvarach le'olam va'ed.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam.
Asher bachar bonu mikol ha'amin v'netan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten ha'torah.
Amen.
Thank you. V'zeh asher ta'aseh ota shelosh me'od ama orech hateva chamishim ama rachba ushloshim ama komata zohar ta'aseh lateva velama Tachleina milamala upetach hateva betzida tasim tachtim
שניים ושלושים תעשה. אני ואני, הנני, מביא את המבול מים על הארץ. על הארץ. לשחט כל בשר אשר בו רוח חיים מתחת השמיים, כל אשר בארץ יגבר.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר נתן לנו את תורתו וחיי עולם נטע בתוכנו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
Amen. Yasher koach. I have some words of blessing, some ancient words and some not so ancient words, and it is my honor to give them to you today. Mishaberach avotenu Avraham Yitzchak veYaakov ve'imotenu Sarah Rivka Rachel veLeah hu yivarech et Daniel ben Tzvi Hirsch Tzvi veShifra litkufat yom huladato. May the Holy One of Blessing, God of our ancestors, bless Dan Dakin at this day of his birthday. Ha'elohim haro'eh oto me'odo ad hayom hazeh, yishmerehu v'chayehu v'yashrehu v'chadehu be'osher uvesimchat levav shel kol ahuvei nafsho v'yimale kol mishalot libo tikvotav v'tiflotav letova. Dan, may your days be blessed with joy. May all the prayers of your heart be fulfilled. And may you have many opportunities for learning and connection as you have throughout your life. You have blessed our community for how many years now?
Almost hard to say.
It's
Early 1970s.
Yeah, early 1970s. A long time. Let's call it half a century. Yeah. 50 years. More than 50. And you've blessed our world for 90 years. You are a true exemplar of Menschlichkeit, and you model what it means to be an eternal student and teacher. We thank God for the gift of you, and we wish you much joy, health, love, and laughter today on your birthday and far beyond. I want to offer you the priestly blessing, the most ancient words of blessing. Yivarechecha Adonai v'yishmerecha. May God bless you and keep you. Ya'er Adonai panav elecha v'yichuneka. May God shine God's face upon you and show you favor. Yisa Adonai panav elecha v'yasem lecha shalom. May God lift up God's face to you and grant you peace. Ken yehi ratzon. Happy birthday. And now it is my honor to give Dan a chance to share some words with us before he receives yet more blessings, because when you reach the age of 90, one or two is not enough.
Rabbi, it's been 77 years since I first recited the Torah blessings. And I am struck by the passage of time. And with that in mind, I'd like to study with you the Torah blessings themselves and try to understand how the sense of time permeates and helps us understand the blessings. We begin with a command, and a command is always in present tense. Baruch hu et Adonai havarach. Bless the Adonai, the one who is to be blessed. And we respond in present tense, Baruch Adonai havarach, but we extend it, la'alam va'ed. And so we take the present blessing and extend it to eternity. And it's with that hovering sense of time that we approach the first blessing. Baruch atah Adonai, melech ha'olam. And here we hear the word olam again. Blessed are you, Adonai, ruler of space and time. And what has Adonai done in this first Torah blessings? He has set us aside, b'charbanu mikol ha'amim. He has given us his Torah, or Adonai's Torah. Actions in the past. But then we say, Baruch atah Adonai notein haTorah, which is the present tense and which gives a sense of continuity, which allows us to look back at the Torah blessing and say, Adonai set us aside, gave us the Torah, but those are continuing actions. We are still set aside, and we still have the Torah. But the emphasis is natan lanu, natan, we'll keep our mind on that. And then in the second Torah blessing, we say, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam and ha'olam. And then we say, Asher natan lanu et Torat emet, the truth of Torah. And what is the truth of Torah? The truth of Torah is the learning, the moral code, the laws, the inclination to study. But the last line is the kicker. The last line is the way we have to understand it. V'chayei olam, and here's the word, natah betochenu. We say it so fast we hardly think that natah, which is different from notein, and it's an essentially different word. It means planted within us. V'chayei olam, planted within us. And to understand the concept of planting, we have to go back to Genesis chapter 2, where we see and learn God, Yod-Heh, Vav-Heh, planted the Garden of Eden. And what did he plant in the middle? Betoch, the tree of life, Eitz Chaim. And what does our liturgy and what does our tradition say Eitz Chaim is? It's the Torah. So we can reinterpret the last line of the blessing to say, God has given us a Torah implant, an eternal Torah implant. And it is that Torah implant which we received at Sinai that we have carried within us through the centuries and we carry with us today. It is that Torah implant which has defined us as a people. It is that Torah implant which has set us aside. So what do the Torah blessings teach us? They say to us that every new day, every day, is a Jewish birthday. A Jewish birthday on which we accept the gift of the Torah implant within it, and with it we celebrate and avow our Jewish identity. Baruch atah Adonai notein haTorah.
Yasher Koach, that was extraordinary. Thank you for teaching us today, but don't go anywhere. It is my incredible honor to welcome Rabbi Lipoff to the Bima to give you yet more blessing. Here. You can use this microphone, Emily. You want to use this?
Hi.
Hi, Rabbi.
We've been here before.
We've been here. How many times? How many years?
Don't have to count. It's the feeling that makes the difference. Dan, there was an important chair in your home, important to both you and me. Yes. That's where I sat when I came to be interviewed by the Rabbinic Search Committee for the post of senior rabbi of this congregation. And you know who was the chair. No, I don't mean the chair. I mean the chairman. Years later, I returned to your home, and you pointed to the chair and asked if I remembered the significance. And I nodded, yes. And we stood together for a few minutes, just remembering and perhaps assessing all the years. 18. Well, there was an interim. 90 years of living. How privileged you have been, because you have earned the Order of Merit Award, known as Ulster. It is a badge of honor. Yes, I know there are aches and pains, but I am confident that you do not allow any of them to erase the many perks there are in being 90. Now you have a chance to do what you never had time to do before. And now you have the time to take an exclusive view of your own life from what Gunther Plaut calls the Tower of Time. In his imagination, there is an elevator in that tower that takes you right up to the platform of the observation. And there you find an array of instruments, all for your own use. There are spyglasses to revisit your hidden inner moments in your life. There are retrospectors to help you discern what was good, bad, and in between throughout your years. And there are analyzers of your past, your present, and all your hopes for the future. Dan, I hope you have spent and will continue to spend time in that tower. Your life deserves the scrutiny, and it will always be followed by major applause. But I am without a spyglass. I don't have a retrospector or even an analyzer. All I have is a blessing for you, a sincere blessing, not only but for me, but I know from your congregation too. Boreyet HaKol, Creator of us all, Dan Denkin, and we thank you for the magnificent 90 years of his life. He has been a blessing to all who have known him, with his friendship, his caring, and his wisdom. May he know the contentment and the peace of mind of a life well lived, and the joy of working towards yet another goal if he chooses. May he garner love and happiness from his family and friends. May he appreciate every moment and every day he spends with them. Compassionate God, you have given Dan a long, good life. He has thanked you. He has said thank you for that in the way he has used it. And now grant him many more years of safety and good health. May he be like Moses and live to 120, almost, with eyes undimmed and vigor unabated. And may we know the joy of having him in our midst for a much longer time.
Amen. Egianu, Lazman Hazeh.
Thank you, God, for giving us the life of Dan Bacon, for allowing him to be sustained in that life, and for having him reach this most special day. And we all say,
Amen. Siman tov, mazel tov, mazel tov, siman tov, siman tov, mazel tov, mazel tov, siman tov, mazel tov, siman tov, yehelanu, 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 olachol Yisrael, yehelanu, yehelanu, olachol Yisrael, yehelanu, yehelanu, olachol Yisrael, yehelanu, yehelanu, olachol Yisrael. Mazal tov, yasher koach. Thank you both for blessing our bima today. Thank you, thank you. Careful of the cords there. We're going to close out our service. We're going to put the Torah away. We're only running a few minutes behind, not so bad in terms of Jewish Standard Time. Our speaker will begin at the conclusion of services, but what a thrill that was. Truly a delight. Probably one of the most moving moments we've had here at TOS for 180 years.
At this time, we'd like to call up our Hagba and Galila, our Torah lifter and dresser, Larry Green and Natasha Goldman.
We will sing from page 252 as the Torah is lifted.
Please
And
rise.
please rise. וזאת התורה אשר שם משה לפני בני ישראל על פי אדוני ביד משה. וזאת התורה אשר שם משה לפני בני ישראל על פי אדוני ביד משה. יאללה לי 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 לי, יאללה לי 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 לי, יאללה לי 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 לי, יאללה לי לי, יאללה לי לי, יאללה לי 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 לי. And we remain standing as the ark is opened. We'll be on page 256. And do we have an ark opener? No? Okay. יהללו את שם אדוני, כי נשגב שמו לבדו, הודו על ארץ ושמיים, וירם קרן לעמו, תהילה לכל חסידיו, לבני ישראל עם קרובו. הללויה, הללויה, כי לקח טוב נתתי לכם תורתי, אל תעזובו, עץ חיים היא למחזיקים בה, ותומכיה מאושר דרכיה דרכנום, וכל נתיבותיה שלום. השיבנו אדוני אליך ונשובה, חדש ימינו כקדם. We'll remain standing for Aleinu, but those words we just sang, Chadesh Yameinu Kekedem, renew our days as before, are so powerful on this day as we celebrate 180 years as a community. Aleinu is on page 282.
עלינו לשבח לאדון הכל, לתת גדולה ליוצר בראשית, שהוא נוטה שמיים ויוסר הארץ, ומושב יקרו בשמיים ממעל, ושכינת עוזו בגופי מרומים, הוא אלוהינו אין עוד, ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך הוא. 287 ונאמר והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ ביום ההוא ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד ושמו אחד.
Those who are observing a yahrzeit or in a time of mourning are invited to remain standing. And for just a moment, we want to give those who are reciting Kaddish today the chance to say the names of those they are remembering. Denise.
Carlion, it's her 54th yahrzeit.
May her memory be a blessing. Natasha.
Marilyn Bass Goldman, my mother.
May her memory be a blessing.
My mother, Harriet Morris, and Madeline's father, Henry Newman, each died this year.
May their memory be a blessing.
Our son, Peter Feldman.
May his memory be a blessing. Palma.
My sister, Lucia.
May her memory be a blessing. And those on Zoom, invited, of course, to bring names into the chat so that we can have them here with us in that way. And we all rise for Mourner's Kaddish, page 294.
יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה, בעלמא דברה חירותי וימליך מלכותי, בחיי חון וביומי חון ובחיי דכל בית ישראל, בעגלה ובזמן קריב ואמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם ולעלמי עלמיה, יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקדושה ברכו, לעילה מכל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, תאמירן בעלמה ואמרו אמן. יהי שלמה רבה מן שמיה, וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומיו, הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן. We can be seated just for a couple of brief announcements, and then we'll close with Oseh Shalom, and then we'll go right into our first learning session of the day, which is really exciting. So again, thank you all for being here, and Dan, happiest of birthdays, and we are so grateful to you for being here and making this weekend extra special, and also for sponsoring our delicious food today, and for your generosity in helping us put on this really special Shabbat programming. So for the rest of the day, just to take you through it, at 10:30, 10:30-ish, we'll begin learning with Ken Liss, followed by Dr. Judith Rosenbaum at 11:30, followed by lunch. I hope that you will join for lunch, where we'll have the opportunity to just share some memories of TOS over the years from whatever era you are from, whether you're new here. We have some Shir Chadash members. They're an affiliate community with us. We have a wonderful relationship, so you're included in that too. We want to just share with each other and enjoy a delicious lunch, and then we'll have our afternoon sessions with Professor Maxime Schreier and a panel with Josh Zakum and Malcolm Cawthorn. And at 3:30, and this is in person only, a building tour led by Eddie Jacobs, our lifelong member. And that reminds me to tell you that if you haven't yet seen our exhibit in the sanctuary foyer, is an exhibit of only just a fraction of our incredible archival materials that we have, because 180 years, you accumulate, a lot of stuff, a lot of papers. And we have brought out, thanks to Sherry Sherwin, Mark Gale, Denise Carlin, Elisa Reed-Rujo, Natasha Goldman, members of the 180th Committee, and who I also want to thank, and also the staff who were part of that committee, Cassie Desi and Stacy Bover, and Daria Cohen, and Josh Cohen. So we've had a lot of people working behind the scenes, and this exhibit took a lot of work. And if you haven't seen the film by Mark Gale, which has a lot of our history in it, it's also over by the exhibit, but you can see a lot of our archival materials that have been pulled out and really brought into the light, which is really a beautiful thing. And there will be more of that to come, because it's the tip of the iceberg, and we've all gotten really excited about exhibiting more of that. So please do stay or come and go as you need for the rest of the day, and we're going to conclude with Ohabei Shalom. Ohabei Shalom birama, Ohabei Shalom aleinu, ve'al kol Yisrael, ve'al kol yoshei tevel, ve'imru, amen. Ohabei Shalom birama, Ohabei Shalom aleinu, ve'al kol Yisrael, ve'al kol yoshei tevel, ve'imru, amen. Shalom birama, Ohabei Shalom aleinu, ve'al kol Yisrael, ve'al kol yoshei tevel, ve'imru, amen. Ve'imru, amen. Shabbat Shalom. And with that, we're just going to keep it moving. I am delighted to invite Denise Carlin up to the bima. Denise is a member of our Board of Trustees, has led the sisterhood so ably for so long, and has just been an active member in so many ways. And it is thanks to Denise that we get to hear from our next speaker, our first speaker of the day, Ken Liss of the Brookline Historical Society. And Denise will introduce him. No? All right, can we turn this up, Josh?
Thank you, Rabbi. Yes, much better. Thank you, Rabbi Berkman. And Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Welcome to this wonderful weekend. We are going to start with our first speaker. I will be brief. I've known Ken Liss for many years. Our daughters went to both elementary and high school together, and that's how I first really became aware of Ken. And Ken is the president of the Brookline Historical Society, where he does research, he writes, he gives presentations, and he gives amazing walking tours. And he was kind enough to do 2 of those this past spring for Temple Ohabei Shalom. For those of you who joined us, it was pretty wonderful. Ken is also professionally, Ken is a retired librarian. He retired in 2020. 2021. He worked at such places as Harvard, Boston University, and Boston College. And Ken also writes a blog. He writes a blog about Brookline history, and he also writes a blog about baseball. So no baseball today. It's going to be all about Brookline, which Larry Green told me today has been awarded one of the top 10 communities in the country to live in. So without further ado, I will introduce the historian of the town of Brookline, Ken Liss.
Thank you, Denise, for that lovely introduction. I walked in and heard my name, so. Give us a couple of minutes to get set up here. It'll probably wait till it actually boots up. Which will happen.
While we're waiting for Ken to get set up, I think most of us know each other, but I'm not sure that everybody knows everybody here. So I'm going to ask you all, just stand up, I'll point to you, stand up and say who you are and for how long you've been members of our congregation. So let's start off. Rob Cohen, 20 years. Here, let's pass this around.
Rob Cohen, about 20-some years, I think, total.
You've been member of this congregation
15?
for 20 years?
15, maybe?
And I'm not inviting arguments, so go ahead.
Okay, I'm his wife, Amy Shep.
We'll continue on, and we can continue this over lunch, but go ahead.
S.D. Weinrib and Richard Weinrib, we're not members of the congregation, we just, thank you.
Saul?
Yeah.
Saul and Doris Feldman, we've been members since 2007.
Ed Kahn, my guesstimate is 25 years.
Thank you, Ed.
I'm Madeline Morris. I'm currently a member of Shir Hadash, but from 82 to 97, I was a member here, and my two sons got bar mitzvah here, and Emily Liploff presided.
Yes, same for me.
I'm Judy Halper. I've been coming to Ohabei Shalom since 1979 when my parents joined, and after they passed on, I joined in 1993, and I've been here ever since.
The Shir Hadash members have been very welcome partners over the past several years, and hopefully many more to come.
Harriet Lester.
Thank you. All right, Denise, we know you and Bill, but go ahead.
Hi, I'm Denise Harlan again. My husband, Bill Jones, and I have been members
About a dozen years.
I've lost count myself.
And I'm Donna Kimmel. I'm sort of a guest member. I'm a sisterhood member, and I've known them for about 35 years.
Glad you're with us today. Happy birthday, Dan. I think we all we know you well, and we're privileged to know you well. Go ahead.
Mindy Berman, I've been here for nearly 30 years. I'm going to make a comment that I came first year. My son was in preschool. Rabbi Lipoff was teaching the preschool class, which was joint with Temple Sinai, and I was recounting that to Rabbi Vogel this week.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Cohn. I sound like a newer member, only 8 years. We joined under Rabbi Sonia when my youngest son was in kindergarten, and he'll become a bar mitzvah in about 2 weeks.
All right, I'm going to ask the others to hold the thought here because we'll continue over lunch because I now believe that our very patient speaker is ready to go. So thank you all.
Thank you. If it's okay, I'm going to lower my mask while I talk. Thank you all for having me here. I think I was first asked about doing a walking tour of Jewish Brookline several years ago by a young couple that came in one of my Coolidge Corner walking tours. I have several different walking tours of Brookline history that I do, and I thought it was a good idea, but I really didn't do much about it. I retired from Boston University in June of last year, and not long after that, I heard both from TOS and from Temple Israel in Boston about the possibility of doing a Jewish Brookline walking tour. And I thought, okay, I'm retired now. I joked that I need to retire from retirement, I'm a little too busy, but I started planning and putting things together. And some of you may have come on the walking tour that he did early in September, and this will cover literally some of the same ground without actually walking, but some differences too. But when I first said yes and started planning, one of my thoughts was that I would focus on the three oldest congregations in Brookline, Kehillat Israel, Ohabei Shalom, and Young Israel, which conveniently enough are one Reform, one Conservative, and one Orthodox, and that seemed to be a kind of neat way of doing that. I ended up not focusing quite so much, although I will talk about all three of those congregations today. But the presentation today will really focus a little less on the religious institutions and more on the growth of the Jewish population in Brookline, where people came from, when they came, why they came to Brookline. I will focus as well on the growth of the Jewish business community, of many businesses for over 100 years that have both been owned by Jews and catered to the growing Jewish population. And I'll tell you about some places that I'm sure are familiar to all of you in Brookline, but that you probably don't associate with Jewish Brookline, but that have had a role to play throughout the history as well. But first, I want to tell you a little bit about a little bit of background. I love old maps. I've always loved maps. I love maps and how they tell a story of change over time. This is one of the probably the earliest complete atlas of Brookline from 1874, and the blue dot in the center is where we are now. Okay, so that's Beacon Street, kind of running across from the right to the lower left. But Beacon Street didn't even exist for the first 145 years of Brookline's existence as an independent town. It became an independent town in 1705. Before that, it was a part of Boston. And Beacon Street was laid out from what's today Kenmore Square to what's today Cleveland Circle in 1850 and 1851. But it wasn't the Beacon Street that we know today. It was a dirt road, a narrow country lane, about 50 feet wide, or less than a third the width of what Beacon Street is today. And it was mostly farmland, and you can see a lot of kind of big properties, big estates, a few scattered houses around, but nothing like what we think of as Beacon Street. This is a view looking on the left, looking west from St. Paul Street towards Coolidge Corner. So the buildings in the background, not the buildings you can see in the background on the right, but a little bit to the left that is where Coolidge Corner is. And you can see it's open land, and that's really what it was. And as late as 1874, there were only 24 buildings along the length of Beacon Street in Brookline, and 23 of them were houses, and the only one that was not a house is the building that's pictured on the lower right, which stood at the corner of Beacon Street and Harvard Street, and was the Coolidge and Brothers store that gave Coolidge Corner its name, originally known as Coolidge's Corner. And it was run by two young brothers. They were the youngest of 7 brothers of really a farming community, and their oldest brother kind of set them up in business. And they ran this general store that there was a grocery, it sold all kinds of goods. The town hay scale was there, so when people were selling hay, that's where it would get weighed. There was a watering trough for horses there, and that was kind of the start, really, of Coolidge Corner, but 1874, and just remained pretty much largely open land. This is looking the other way. This is looking east on Beacon Street towards Kent Street, towards where we are today. And you can see it's pretty open land. And the map, again, the dot shows where we are, and looking to the east, but the images are from 1880, around 1886, 1887, and I've blown up a couple of pieces of it. So on the top right, there are two houses in that picture that you can see if you look. Let's see if my pointer is working. Doesn't always work, but it does. Okay, so these two houses here and here are down here and down here. So they were back off of Beacon Street more towards Sewell. And here's where the temple is. So there was this open land all along here. But there's a building that's blown up here, which was more or less where we are today. I'm not exactly sure, maybe a little bit short of Kent Street. And that was a carpenter shop run by a carpenter. So this is what this area looked like in the mid-1880s. All of that changed not long after this picture was taken, when a man named Henry Whitney, who had bought up a lot of the land around Beacon Street, engaged Frederick Law Olmsted, who had fairly recently come to Brookline to work on many of the projects that he was designing in the Boston area, and they developed the Beacon Street Boulevard that was much wider. Originally it was going to be 200 feet wide. It ended up being 160 feet wide, varies a little bit along its length, with trees, with a trolley running down the middle, and with a bicycle lane, and lanes for traffic, both commercial traffic and residential traffic, mostly horse-drawn at the time. And that really changed what Beacon Street and what North Brookline looked like. This is a map from 1893, so about 5 years after the Beacon Street Boulevard was developed. And again, you see the dot, you see where we are today. Beacon Street is wider, it's a boulevard here, and you're starting to see some development. So you can see kind of north of Brookline, some streets laid out, some buildings much closer together than they were before, a few to the south. But Beacon Street is still pretty open. Not a lot there, and certainly nothing here where we stand today. In 1892, the corner where the Coolidge and Brothers store stood was purchased by the S.S. Pierce Company in Boston. And they actually moved the store slightly to the west, and the corner remained open for a few years. And in 1898, 1999, they built the S.S. Pierce store, shown here on the left. It's the same building that's there today, although the original tower was damaged in a storm in 1948 and replaced. So the original tower had an open deck that people could go up to and watch, and it no longer has the open deck, although the clock is still there, the original clock. And this picture is looking east from that tower between 1905 and 1907. And you can see some buildings on the right. Those are the buildings, these kind of apartment buildings here are just to the west of where we are today, and they're still there today, but not a lot on the north side, and not much beyond those buildings. So it was still pretty sparse. So go to another map, 1913. As I say, I love these maps because you can really see the changes. One of the things that they did on these maps, which were really done for kind of real estate purposes in a lot of ways, is the pink buildings are brick. Yellow buildings, which are many of them, and they're harder to see, are wood frame buildings, and there may be an occasional brown building, which is a stone building. So you can see a lot more development by 1913. But where the temple is today. That's still that one big property, and just down below it is that pink brick house, which is one of those houses that we saw in that early photograph when nothing was there. So it was still pretty open. What brought TOS to Brookline? This is a map from 1919. And what I've done here is I took a list from the early 20s of the leadership of the temple. So the temple was not in Brookline yet, but the leadership was in Brookline. And many of them were living around Beacon Street. So Beacon Street now is along the bottom. So here's where the temple is. This is Beacon Street. This is Harvard Street going north. And on some of these streets, north and south of Harvard Street, where the leadership lived. There were a couple that lived south of Beacon, but that's where people lived. And I read an interesting book in the process of researching this, a book called Urban Exodus, Why the Jews Left Boston and the Catholics Stayed. And it was very interesting because the main explanation was that Catholic parishes, people belong to the parish where they live. And so Catholics were tied to their churches, whereas in Judaism, it's the Torah that's kind of the tie. And people could move to Brookline from other parts of Boston and still belong to their synagogues in Boston, where Catholics couldn't do that. If they moved, they were no longer with their parish. So most of the check marks on here are in those yellow wooden buildings. So the leadership really was living in houses. There's one or two that are in buildings. But the early leadership of TOS and other congregations was moving here from into this growing wealth of houses that were being built, mostly in North Brookline. Among them was a couple named George and Nancy Spitz. And they, in 1897, bought a property on Fuller Street, 67 Fuller Street. It's still standing today. And George was in the clothing business. He was a son of Peter Spitz, one of the founders of TOS. He died in 1901. So when they bought the house in 1895, the deed said only a single-family house could be built at no less than $5,000 to build. And so George died in 1901. Nancy moved out not long after that, although continued to own the house, and lived with her father, Julius Spitz. So Julius and George Spitz were first cousins, and they were both of the founding Spitz family. Julius, her father, was the last of the founding family of TOS, and he was born in Posen, Germany, now Poznan, Poland, where my wife's family comes from. Came to Boston in 1844. He was in the clothing business. He had medical training, but did not practice. And the family, again, they moved to Brighton in 1901. I'm sorry, in 1903. George died in 1901. But they continued to own the house. And Nancy was quite an activist. She was involved in quite a lot of things. She did a lot of charitable work. So there's a picture here from the Boston Herald of an event celebrating Hanukkah at Faneuil Hall. And the delightful afternoon was due to the energies of several people, including Mrs. George J. Spitz. So Nancy was involved in that. The family had a home in Hull, and she was involved in that's not a picture of her there, it's of someone else, but they ran a home where they would take inner city Jewish children and give them some vacation time down at the beach. And one of their neighbors down there was Eben Jordan, the founder of Jordan Marsh. So they moved in wealthy circles. And Nancy was involved in a lot of things. There was an article about her that described her as stout in heart as well as in figure, which I'm sure she loved. But she left no needs caused without her energetic and conscientious hand. Negroes, Irish, as well as Jews visited her home for help in their perplexities. She led the Hebrew Women's Sewing Society, vacations for children and mothers with infants from crowded tenements. She managed a house for young Jews in Hull. That's the house that's shown there. She managed a diet kitchen in the North End during the Depression of the 1890s, where they dispensed soup, milk, eggs to needy families, arranged seasonal part-time work for needy women. She helped set up weekly visits to needy women to advise them on domestic affairs. When the Chelsea fire occurred, devastated the community, the large Jewish community, she was active in support for Chelsea. Her daughter, Ernestine, who died in 1941, married a man named I.K.E. Prager. I keep forgetting to look up what the I.K.E. stood for. She was married at TOS, later became president of the Temple Israel Sisterhood. So I'm not sure when or why she changed, but she did. But again, she was married at TOS. Her father's funeral was there, and she too, like her mother, was very active in many causes. She was national secretary of the National Council of Jewish Women and the League of Jewish Women's Organizations, and of the Women's Auxiliary at Beth Israel Hospital. So this was a family of Jews who had come to the U.S., come to Boston early, from Germany, and were very well-to-do and were active and were kind of typical of some of the early Jews who came to Brookline in the 1890s and the early 1900s. With the growth of Brookline, as we saw in those maps of more houses being built, more apartment buildings, you started getting a wave of other Jews. And I found this article in the Jewish Advocate about discrimination in housing. I'm just going to read to you a little bit of what this says. This is from 1910, and it says, the anti-Jewish fever has spread apparently to all parts of Brookline, Brighton, and Allston. Agents are making it a rule to demand the names of applicants, and as soon as they learn that the names are Jewish, reply that they have no property to rent. One instance that has given particular aggravation in Brookline is where the property is owned by a well-known retailer who in ordinary business seems only too glad to take the money of Jews in exchange for his wares. He has unquestionably hundreds of Jewish customers, among them, no doubt, the very family his agent has refused a home, acting on his instructions that he would accept no Jewish tenant. Just why he is willing to trade with Jews and refuse them as tenants, we do not profess to know, but he has adopted this dual attitude is beyond question. And it's interesting because the article notes that it's often the women in the families who are choosing the homes and where to live. And the article suggests that the Council of Jewish Women get involved in promoting boycotts of businesses that with discriminating merchants and landlords. So that was 1910. I didn't find anything about an actual boycott, but I think that opposition kind of dissipated to some extent, possibly just because there were a lot of homes being built and they wanted to find people to live in them, apartment buildings, but within a decade, the Jewish population grew extensively. One of the ways that I wanted to look at it was to take a look at one particular street, which is Fuller Street. So this is a street where Nancy and George Spitz bought their house. By the time of this map in 1919, they were no longer living there, and a lot more apartment buildings had been built. But what this map shows in these apartment buildings, with little close-ups of the areas, the apartments at the south end and the north end of Fuller Street, show how many Jewish families, 29 Jewish households I was able to identify in 1920. So it's a 1919 map, but using the 1920 census. Most of these Jews were from Russia and Poland, as opposed to the German Jews who lived in the houses in Brookline earlier. Of the 29 households, I was able to identify what synagogues they were affiliated with, 18 of the 29. 8 of them belonged to TOS, 6 to Temple Israel, 4 to Kehillat Israel. So they were coming from established synagogues, none of which had, at that time, a synagogue in Brookline, but people living in Brookline belonged to them. And one of the things that I thought I would do is take a look at some of the people who lived in these apartment buildings to get a sense of who were some of the Jews who were moving here in this period. So 3 men who lived in apartments on Fuller Street. One was a man named Emanuel Nuremberg. He was a tailor. He was born in Poland around 1846, emigrated to the U.S. in 1878, moved to Fuller Street from Mattapan near Blue Hill Avenue in 1917. So not long after these apartment buildings were built. And he had businesses in various downtown Boston locations. Another man was a man named Harry Asher, originally Harry Osheroff. And he was born in the Russian city called Tsaritsyn, named after the Tsar. Probably better known when its name was changed, not to be named after the Tsar, but to be named after Joseph Stalin. It was known as Stalingrad. And today it's known as Volgograd. He was born there in 1884. Harry Osheroff came to Boston, became Harry Asher. He was in the motion picture distribution business, moved to Fuller Street also in 1917 from Grove Hall. He was affiliated with KI, but he was married at TOS. And he actually died in the famous Coconut Grove fire in 1942. Where some 400 people were killed. He had actually, before it was the Coconut Grove, he had his business in the building. Another man, Samuel Ginsberg, was born in Boston in 1895, was a member of this congregation, was in the insurance business. He bought 4 Fuller Street, which is the one down at the very bottom, the apartment building, in 1918. He moved from Seaver Street in Dorchester next to Franklin Park. His father, who had been born in Poland, came to Boston in 1883. The father was in the insurance business and the real estate business and the plate glass business. Samuel, who owned this building, was in his early 20s when he became the owner of the building. I'm guessing his father probably bought it for him. But you get a sense of who these people were. Another person I want to talk about is someone, a man named Jacob Morse, who was born in Massachusetts, part of an extended family. He was an early baseball writer, writing for the Boston papers about baseball as early as the 1880s. And he became the secretary of a local baseball league known as the New England League. He married a woman named Josephine Gans in 1893, and it appears that her father bought the house for them as a wedding present. And on the bottom of the 2 maps, you can see the house, which was originally, it's at the corner of Fuller Street and Harvard Street. They later turned the house over to Kehilloth Israel. And in the second map, you can see it as KI. The house was later moved a little bit down onto Thorndike Street, so not Fuller, and there was a store built at the corner now. So where that house was, it's now Anna's Taqueria, is at that location. Jacob Morse, the baseball writer, in 1923 ran for selectman. And he did not win, but this was kind of interesting. It said that although Mr. Morse is not making his contest along racial lines, he is expected he will poll a handsome vote among the Jewish residents of the town, particularly in his home section, Coolidge Corner. He did not win, and the first Jewish selectman was not elected in Brookline until a man named Reuben Laurie in 1946. The first member of the school committee, Jewish member of the school committee, was a man named Samuel Finkel, elected in 1934. Jake Morse, when they moved out of that house and turned it over to KI, they lived in one of the apartment buildings on Fuller Street. And his grandson, is the man pictured on the lower right, the actor Robert Morse, who died earlier this year, known very early on for How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying, which is the younger picture, and he was also in Mad Men on TV as an older man, and that's him on the right. So his family, they lived in Brookline when he was born, but moved to Newton not long after. A first cousin of Jacob Morse had a son named Alan Morse, who became a member of the Board of Selectmen in Brookline in 1953, and his son, Alan Morse Jr., was on the school committee, I believe, in the 1980s. So the Morse family had a long presence in Brookline. So you see here how the house that they were in became the home of KI. So I'm going to talk a little bit now about some of the religious institutions. So KI formally incorporated in 1917, but actually held its services in as early as 1910. And you can see the hold the first services in 1910. And I think even before that September 1910 article, there was a morning service formed, and they had to import 5 Jews from Boston for a minyan. So there weren't enough in Brookline, at least in the congregation, to do that. In 1911, they were holding their high holiday services in a secular hall called the Oddfellows Hall. It was Oddfellows were one of these fraternal organizations like the Masons or the Foresters. So it was the International Order of Oddfellows that had a building at the corner of Washington Street and School Street, where the Pierce corner of the Pierce School is now. And they had their services there in 1911. And in 1917, they incorporated and announced that they were going to build a synagogue. And I'm just going to read something that was in the Brookline Townsman, one of the Brookline newspapers. It said, the steady increasing Jewish population has made the establishment of a local synagogue necessary. For several years, local Hebrews have worshipped every Sabbath in a private home, and on high holidays have held services at Beacon Hall. I'll talk about Beacon Hall in a minute. Last year, the congregation obtained a charter, and since then, there has been a marked enthusiasm and activity for the erection of a synagogue. So they met in several different homes. There's a house still exists. It's no longer painted 2 different colors. 94 Winchester Street. That was one of the homes that KI met in before they had a synagogue. And again, there's a picture of the house at the corner of Thorndike and Harvard, 440, as KI, and a picture of it. It's now 53 Thorndike Street, moved around the corner. And in 1922, they announced that they were going to build a synagogue, and in 1923, the cornerstone was laid for KI. Here's the Spitz House again, and you can see this time on one of the maps, I don't actually remember which year this one is from, it shows it as the Congregation Sons of Israel. So the Spitzes moved to Allston, actually not Brighton, in 1903, but still owned the house until they sold it in 1919 to a man named Daniel Brennan, who in 1925 sold it to a man named Samuel Furstein. And Samuel Furstein's son, who was born while they lived in the house, was named Aaron Furstein. That name may be familiar to many of you from Malden Mills. That was his family. And there was an announcement in 1925, you see it on the bottom, good news for Brookline, Congregation B'nai Israel, a strictly Orthodox synagogue was announced. And that was as opposed to what was called the modern Orthodox of KI, which kind of became the conservative movement, and it's described in some writings as strictly modern Orthodox was something of a religious buzzword in American Jewish life during the interwar years and a middle-of-the-road and catch-all position. So B'nai Israel, the house was actually sold to what became Sons of Israel in 1927. Furstein, his father-in-law, was hired as the first rabbi, and it wasn't very successful. They particularly failed to attract young people. And in 1947, Sons of Israel became Young Israel, led by Samuel Furstein's son Moses, so Aaron's brother, who became, and there they are with the headquarters secured in that same house on Fuller Street. In 1954, they built the temple on Green Street. There was a new wing added in 1958. a new temple built in 1964, and that temple burned in the 1990s. There was some suspicion at the time that it might have been arson, but it turned out after investigation it had been an electrical fire, and they rebuilt the current temple that's now on Green Street. So the name change started as B'nai Israel, became Sons of Israel, and then Young Israel, but there's a continuity to that congregation that was formed early on. And of course, around that same time is when Ohabei Shalom kind of moved to Brookline. The Temple Center was dedicated in 1925. Plans were shown for the synagogue, including a huge tower rising another 90 feet above the top of the dome, which never got built. It's spectacular enough without it, I think. So, as you know, it was dedicated in 1928. And I won't talk too much about the history of the temple. You probably all know more about it than I do, although I've learned a lot in doing this research. But I want to turn now to some familiar spaces in Brookline that have connections to Jewish Brookline that you may not be aware of. One is a hall that no longer exists called Whitney Hall. This was the second floor of the SS Pierce building. So there's the Pierce building with the open tower, and the second floor was a hall. The advertisement says, large and attractively arranged anteroom, finely appointed stage with scenery to let at moderate prices for theatricals, dances, weddings, receptions, etc. It was 68 feet by 38 feet, and there were all kinds of events that took there. So the KI Sisterhood met there in 1921. TOS had a juniors dance to aid the Temple Fund in 1922. So there was no temple built yet, but they were using spaces like Whitney Hall for events. And even earlier, there were all kinds of interesting events. As I go through news articles and advertisements, it's great to see some of the things that took place. 1911, the New Century Club had a New Year's Eve party at Whitney Hall with the theme, The Jew as a Character in Music, 1911. 1925, a Cambridge temple held a ball at Whitney Hall. 1939, B'nai Moshe Players, a musical show in Whitney Hall. And in 1946, the Boston unit of the American Jewish Congress will have dances at Whitney Hall. So that hall, which was used for many kinds of organizations, Jewish and not, was definitely a place of activity, both before there were actual synagogues in Brookline and after. Because it was a large hall that could accommodate a lot of people. Another, I won't say this is a secular space, because this building was actually built as a church, but was used for Jewish events as well. This was built in 1906. It was the Beacon Universalist Church, and it was an interesting building on Harvard Street, just up Harvard Street from the SS Pierce building, but it was built with 4 retail storefronts on the Harvard Street side. The entrance to the church was in the center, and you can see the floor plan with the 4 storefronts. But there was a hall on the second floor that was known as Beacon Hall. And there were a number of events held there. So this was not a secular space, it was a church, but it was rented out to other organizations. So KI had the High Holidays there in 1916. The Sisterhood of TOS held a bazaar in Beacon Hall in 1921. 1932, B'nai B'rith installed the Grand Lodge officers in this hall. That was the last of the events held in Beacon Hall, because in 1933, this building was converted to the Coolidge Corner Theater, Brookline's first movie theater. It was changed, but Brookline fought against having a movie theater. All the surrounding communities had movie theaters as early as the mid-1910s, and Brookline opposed having a theater in town. It was a bad influence. There was a referendum about it in 1923. The arguments for and against it in the local paper are quite entertaining. Including one of my favorites in the 1923 referendum when it lost. One man wrote, you don't want to go to the movies? Don't go to the movies, but that doesn't mean the rest of us can't. And he said, example, Jews don't eat pork. It doesn't mean none of the rest of us can't buy pork. So that was his argument. But it lost in the referendum in 1923, finally approved in 1930 to have a movie theater. And this was not going to be the original location, but this is where the first theater ended up being built. There were, back up a little bit. There were some other secular spaces. I mentioned the Oddfellows Hall earlier. We saw that held things, and I do not have a good picture of that building, but this shows it on the map on the corner of Harvard and School Streets, so behind the original Pierce School, there were a couple of churches nearby, St. Mary's Catholic Church across the street, and that was one place that held Jewish events. And in Washington Square, there was a hall known as Gardner Manor or Gardner Hall in a building that still stands. You can see it, a current picture of it on the left, the corner of Washington and Beacon Street. Athens Bakery is in the corner, but there's a hall there that I believe it's a school of mathematics, Russian School of Mathematics, I think occupies it now. But there was a dance studio there not too long ago, and here it is in an ad available for weddings, banquets, bar mitzvahs, and other social functions with kosher supervision. So all kinds of things. There were also other commercial spaces that were in use. This is something called the Lebanon, and it was on the second floor of the building shown on the right in the 1930s that has had a number of things. There was there's been a hairdresser up there recently, although it's now being changed into something else. But it early on was the Lebanon, an exclusive hall run by a Jewish man named Philip Hellman. And the Orthodox congregation at Fuller Street had services there, and others going. The owner, Hellman, had a contest running, a Jewish advocate for the name, and two young sisters, I think they were 10 years old, won a $25 prize for coming up with the name the Lebanon after the Cedars of Lebanon. And it was only there for about 10 years, but Philip Hellman was still around, and he actually moved across Beacon Street to a place on Harvard Street called Hellman's Party House, which sounds like, I don't know what it sounds like, maybe like party favors, but it was actually an event space. And it's in the space that later, for a long time, was Chef Chow's house, now is the LeMay Hot Pot. And you can see all kinds of events, Jewish events taking place in there, kosher catering, and my favorite from 1946 about a young U.S. Navy lieutenant born in Brookline, Lieutenant John F. Kennedy, U.S. Navy, son of former Ambassador Joseph B. Kennedy, will be a guest speaker at a meeting of the Sisterhood Beth Zion and the Brotherhood Wednesday evening, February 27th at Hellman's Party House in Brookline. So that was quite a lovely discovery. This kind of leads me into the growth of the kind of the retail business in Brookline. Again, both Jewish-owned businesses, but also businesses catering to the Jewish population. And I'm going to go back a little bit in time to 1912. And on this map, you can see in the lower left corner, there's Whitney Hall, the SS Pierce building. Next to it, the Beacon Universalist Church, two spaces I've already talked about. Across the street, at the corner, there's a building turning the corner that's called the Coolidge Corner Building. I think most people, if you say Coolidge Corner Building, think of the SS Pierce building. But the building across the street, a two-story building with stores on the ground floor, opened in 1912. And that's officially named the Coolidge Corner Building, and had a lot of businesses in it, including the one to the far left, just before the piece that I've outlined in blue, was the first home of the Coolidge Corner branch of the Brookline Library. It's now Starbucks, and I've tried to find a picture of it as the library. The library doesn't have one. I'm still hoping one will turn up. It wasn't the library for very long. They moved afterwards. But along with that building was another block of stores that extended from that space where Starbucks is to the corner of Green Street. And there was an advertisement in 1912 for the first of those spaces saying, good opportunity for an opening as a restaurant or delicatessen store in the best residential district of Brookline. So that's 1912. And A year later, that opened as the first kosher delicatessen in Brookline by a man named Abraham Landy. And it's where the original and still part of Booksmith is today, 279. So there's a picture of Booksmith from the 1970s. Doesn't even say Booksmith, although the canopy says dedicated to the fine art of browsing, which is still their slogan, and a more recent picture of it. But Landy was he was an immigrant from Russia. Lived in New York, where he was a railroad conductor, came to Boston, opened delis in Roxbury in the North End, and in 1913 opened a kosher delicatessen in Brookline. The first, but certainly not the last, of the best-known delicatessen. Some other delis that you're probably more familiar with, Reuben's, which actually started, the Reuben brothers had a catering business in Roxbury. They opened a deli in 1929 at 415 Harvard Street, which is now Club Dante. And they moved across the street to 404, now Cafe Velo, in 1950, and moved up near Com Ave in 1979. Barney Chef's was a chain of delicatessens around the Boston area, and they opened in a space that's now Zoftig's in the 1940s. And I love this postcard view. If you actually go into Zoftig's, you can tell it's the same place. The bar is still the same. And of course, Jack and Marion's, which was there from the 1950s to the 1970s. Picture one of their famous menus with the skyscraper sandwiches, and one of several designs, because they expanded and changed the design of the building. So Jack and Marion's and Zoftig's and Barney Chef's before it were in Coolidge Corner. But the real growth of kind of Jewish business in the center of Jewish business in Brookline was further north, in the area that's now known as JFK Crossing. And I'll talk a little bit about how it got that name. You know, it was named in the 1990s when they wanted to give it its own identity, and kind of played on the fact that John F. Kennedy was born nearby. But as I did this research, I thought, is that really what JFK stands for, or does it stand for Jewish food, kosher? So the map on this page is from 1913, and Coolidge Corner is down here. So this is the Coolidge Corner building, the SS Pierce building, the theater is over here, and there's no defined place that Coolidge Corner ends, but I consider it ending because the retail kind of ends up after where Zoftig's is now. There's a gap in retail. So there really wasn't any retail. Here's the what's now the Ridley School, formerly the Devotion School, but there was no retail here. And in 1913, there were some brick buildings that are apartment buildings, but the one that circled was the only commercial building on Harvard Street, north of Coolidge Corner, in 1913. And that building is pictured on the right, and there's a kind of a long view of it, and KI would be to the left of that. It's not there in 1913. And there's a picture, there's an ad for it. It opened as the Krinsky Brothers Grocery in 1913, and not long after that, there's a picture, kind of a zoomed in picture from that larger picture, and it had the Kraki and Levin pharmacy in that space, a A&P supermarket, and the Wing Chang laundry, a Chinese laundry, were occupying that space, and the picture on the lower right shows that building today. So that 1913 building, somewhat modified, is the oldest commercial building in the area that's now known as JFK Crossing. By 1927, all the buildings that have got circled there, the small circle is that 1913 building, but those are all commercial buildings that were built. And I'm focusing on one particular building, which is the one that's circled in blue. It's actually half of that building, which is 401 to 409 Harvard Street, which was filled with Jewish-owned businesses. there was, as you see in the lower left, a butcher and a baker, no candlestick maker. You have to go to Kohl's later to get the candlesticks, I suppose. But also, Dave Goodman's cleaning shop and Gersten's Market, and probably the longest established business in JFK Crossing, which was Wolf's Fish Market, which was there from 1926 until 2016 for 90 years. It still exists today, but does wholesale now. It's no longer doing retail business. But had a 90-year kind of residence in that area. This map, again, showing that 1927, also kind of imposed on a current map, shows some later buildings. So there's the 1927 commercial buildings, but you can see there was another building added in 1929, next to the 1913 building. On the other side of it, a 1939 building. There's a 1938 building at the top, which is where... That's where Anna's Taqueria is. That's the one where the KI had a house that served as their temple until they moved it around the corner. So there continued to be growth and a lot of different businesses. So in the 1920s or into 1930s, you've got, I love this ad for M. Weiner and Company, which was a bakery, saying, remember, there are many Weiners, but only one M. Weiner and Company. And I like to think he was also making a pun on that there, too. I'm a terrible punster. My daughters are terrible punsters. I've done competitive punning with my daughter in California, but so I like to think, I think puns are a good part of Jewish humor, and I'm hoping that M. Weiner was partly punning here about Weiners. But there were a lot of businesses with the name Weiner, but he wanted to make sure people knew what his was. 1929, the Alter Brothers Kosher Meat and Market, House of Liederman, cleaners and dryers in 1930, including free auto services. They would deliver things to your home. 1940s, Lewis Ward, who had businesses on Blue Hill Avenue and in Nantasket Avenue, but also at 430 Harvard, and that their meat and fowl is used at the Jewish Advocate Cooking School. So the Jewish Advocate newspaper, which shut down just like a year or two ago, ran a school, the cooking school, and a lot of the local Brookline businesses kind of provided food to use in the cooking school. And then in the 1950s, I like this ad for Shafran's Kosher Meat Markets at they already had a store on Blue Hill Avenue and had been around since 1906, but in 1956 they opened a store at 423 Harvard, and I zoomed in a little bit because I like the image of, you can actually see the store in the building, and there's a picture of what it is today. It's the kosher wok, kosher Asian food. So a long history. The 1970s were an important time because a lot of things happened. Rubens, which had opened in 1929 in what became JFK Crossing, moved up to near Com Ave in 1979. The Israel Bookshop, which actually came to Brookline in 1956, opened in Brookline in 56, moved to its current location in 73. The Butchery opened in 71. Couples in 1978, and Colbo in 1979. So the 70s were a period of change and growth in kind of the Jewish retail area. But part of what happened was the area that's now catering by Andrew was a bread and circus. And that was a real magnet. That drew a lot of customers to the area. And when they moved over to Washington Street, later taken over by Whole Foods, the scarcity of browsers, people just not coming specifically for the Jewish stores, but coming to shop at Bread and Circus, weren't coming anymore. And some of the merchants were very upset about this. When Andrew Weiner opened his catering business, it was not a retail business, and so you didn't have the same kind of traffic and there was a lot of complaints. There were Andrew Weiner said that if his business wasn't there, there'd be a lot of for rent signs. He had supporters who argued that it did bring people to the area, and he also said in one of the articles, he says, it's become a Jewish area. It's not Coolidge Corner. And I thought, become a Jewish area. This is 1993. It's been a Jewish area for about 70 years at that point.
If we could ask you to wrap up.
I am wrapping up.
We've been very generous with your time now and in the past walking tours. I'm going to be a little bit miserly of our time because we have a wonderful speaker.
I've got two slides.
Thank you.
So that was what led to the idea of giving this area its own name, distinct from Coolidge Corner, and they came up with the name JFK Crossing. There was a mural painted, and really kind of gave it a different identity, and it continues to be changing, but a very rich and viable area of Jewish business in Brookline that serves not just Brookline Jews, but Jews throughout the Boston area, and hopefully will continue to change and thrive as the population changes, as business changes, and many other things. And so thank you very much.
I hope if you can join us for lunch, we'll have questions following up then, and if not, we are going to have you back.
Okay, great.
Ken Liss is just such a treasure to Brookline. We are so privileged to have you. Thank you so much for leading us in the wonderful walking tours in the spring, being back with us again today, and we look forward to having you back again. Thank you, Ken Liss.
Thank you all.
And I'm now going to turn it over to Rabbi Berkman, who will introduce our next speaker.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much, Ken. That was really a treat. I loved how you rooted that in the stories of the individuals and families, right down to the homes in which they lived. That just makes it so real and really quite riveting. Thank you so much for being our first speaker today and for your patience with our timing. So this is like a learning marathon. This is really fun because just as Ken tied for us the individual stories into our people's history, our people's local history, so now we will hear from Dr. Judith Rosenbaum, and her talk is going to give us some insight into the story of women's participation in leading our people. And that ties beautifully into the fact that we have Rabbi Lipoff here with us this morning, who is a historic figure in her own right. She's rolling her eyes, but it's true. And Judith will speak a bit about that. So Judith, in addition to being a very dear friend of mine for about 20 years now, is CEO of the Jewish Women's Archive. Anyone here already familiar with Jewish Women's Archive? Good. And those of you who are not, I really hope you will familiarize yourself and go onto their incredible website. They do amazing work under Judith's leadership. It's a pioneering digital archive that documents Jewish women's stories and elevates their voices and inspires them to be agents of change. She has also served for a decade. She served before her current position as CEO. Dr. Rosenbaum was Director of Public History at JWA, where she created innovative online content and curated virtual exhibitions, developed curricula, and designed public programs. Judith is an educator and a historian and writer, and she earned her PhD in American Studies from Brown with a focus on women, gender, and social movements. As a Fulbright Fellow, she studied women's collective communities in Israel. Judith teaches and lectures widely on Jewish studies and women's studies and publishes in both academic and popular journals and anthologies. She serves on the faculty of the Bronfman Fellowship and is a Schusterman Senior Fellow. And Judith lives with her amazing family, not far from me in Newton. And we are especially thankful to Judith for giving us her time today, because today is also her birthday. We have a lot of birthdays in the room. It's Josh Cohen's birthday too, I have to tell you. So happy birthday to Judith and to Josh, in addition to Dan and in addition to TOS. That's a lot of birthday. Come on up, Judith. Welcome.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Rabbi Berkman, and it's really a delight to be here today with all of you, and I didn't know I had so many birthday buddies in the room, so happy birthday to everyone. So today we are celebrating an anniversary, as you know, the 180th of this congregation, which I think is high times 10, seems pretty auspicious. Mazel tov to everyone. But of course, with any milestone, as with any milestone, we're celebrating more than the date of the beginning. We are celebrating all that it makes possible, right? We're taking stock of what came before and looking at the starting point, but by extension, that positions us to look ahead with hope and confidence to all that is yet to come. In the Jewish historical calendar, this has actually been a year of a lot of anniversaries. 2022 marks the 100th anniversary of the first bat mitzvah in America and the 50th anniversary of the ordination of the first woman rabbi in America. And these milestones, I would argue, are not incidental at all to your own congregational anniversary. They have shaped your history communally and perhaps for some of you, as we know, professionally too. I'm a historian, so we're going to go in chronological order here. So we'll start with bat mitzvah and the bat mitzvah anniversary. Who here has had a bat mitzvah? Okay, nice. Today we are celebrating you and your place in history, whether you knew it or not, because just over 100 years ago, on March 18th, 1922, a 12-year-old girl named Judith Kaplan became an unexpected pioneer, the first American bat mitzvah. It was an intimidating act for her. She had to sit in the front of the room with the men instead of with her mother and sisters, which is where she usually sat. She had to stand up near the bima, not actually on the bima. We'll get to that. She recited blessings, read the selection from the Torah portion in Hebrew and in English, and her father only gave her the instructions of what she was going to read the night before. So for all of you who had a year or so to prepare, keep that in mind. This was really a rushed process. This was unprecedented, and her grandmothers were duly scandalized, but she later recalled, and these are her words, "No thunder sounded, no lightning struck. The institution of bat mitzvah had been born without incident, and the rest of the day was all rejoicing." Now, admittedly, this bat mitzvah was not Judith's idea. It was the innovation of her father, Rabbi Mordechai Kaplan, who went on to be the founder of Reconstructionist Judaism. At that time, just a few months before, actually, he had started his own synagogue, the Society for the Advancement of Judaism, which is now known simply as SAJ. And among the innovations that he had in mind when he started that congregation was bat mitzvah. Women's emancipation was in the air. Recall that this was just 2 years after the ratification of the 19th Amendment had enfranchised American women, or some American women. And Kaplan wanted SAJ to be responsive to the times. And one of the cornerstones of Reconstructionist Judaism is the notion that Judaism is an evolving civilization. So he wanted to make that very much the spirit of his congregation. He was also the father of 4 daughters, so he had a particular stake in modernizing Judaism in this way, and he later described Judith as, quote, the first of 4 reasons for inaugurating bat mitzvah, the other 3 reasons, of course, being his daughters, Hadassah, Naomi, and Selma. Now, as radical as this first bat mitzvah was for its time, it was limited in several ways. Judith, as I said, didn't read from the Torah scroll, but from a chumash, from the printed book. She did not ascend the bima, but stood below it. And perhaps most importantly, the bat mitzvah didn't mark the start of ongoing ritual participation for her or for any other woman in the congregation. In other words, it was the celebration of a moment, but not the beginning of a new role for her or for anyone else as a young adult in the community. Those changes took much longer to come about and were often initiated by girls themselves. Now, this community knows something about innovation, and I'm sure also knows from strong women and girls. So how did we get from there to here? What happened over the past 100 years, and why does it matter? So let's start with where we began. Bat mitzvah actually has existed in various forms since the Middle Ages, but while of course Jewish girls were considered to have crossed a threshold to religious maturity at age 12, there was traditionally no ritual or communal celebration to mark a girl's coming of age. I mentioned Judith Kaplan as the first bat mitzvah in the US. There were some related rituals in the 19th century in Europe and the Ottoman Empire, but they were a little bit different. In Italy and in North Africa, girls celebrated bat mitzvah as a group on a weekday. They dressed in white, they wore flower wreaths, they recited some prayers. In France, sometimes bat mitzvah was marked, again, communally, not for individual girls, with a festive meal. There was a rabbi in Baghdad who recommended a range of possibilities for celebrating bat mitzvah, from wearing festive clothes to reciting Shehechianu. But as I said, these were mostly celebrated as group rituals, and they didn't catch on as a kind of normal, integrated part of the life of the life cycle and synagogue calendar. In the U.S. also, it took a very long time for bat mitzvah to take root, and it spread on a grassroots, local kind of level, not in a top-down, not by top-down decree. So in the 1920s, bat mitzvah was primarily a phenomenon at SAJ, at Kaplan Synagogue. It remained rare into the 1930s, and where they were held, it was usually in places where Kaplan had influence. So summer camps, particularly Camp Sedgwin and Camp Modin, were important places where bat mitzvah was taking place. The more informal atmosphere of camp setting allowed for innovation and experimentation, and there was also staff at those camps who were kind of acolytes of Kaplan, and so they brought that with them. You might be surprised to hear that the conservative movement was actually the first to take up bat mitzvah more broadly. The reform movement from the mid-19th to late mid-20th century had pretty much sidelined bar mitzvah in favor of confirmation, a ceremony that was adapted from Christian tradition, therefore was seen as more modern, more palatable, also more flexible because it wasn't limited by gender. I learned from Rabbi Berkman and Rabbi Lipoff that in the early 1950s, Rabbi Goldstein, who was the rabbi here at that time, wasn't particularly interested in either bar or bat mitzvah, though by the late 1950s, he was kind of coming back around, may have been coming back around to the idea and beginning to think about how one might prepare for bat mitzvah if, in fact, bar and bat mitzvah was going to be part of the synagogue life. Mordechai Kaplan himself was affiliated with the conservative movement's Jewish Theological Seminary at the time that he introduced bat mitzvah, so the conservative movement began to institute bat mitzvah as part of its efforts to expand Jewish education for girls. By the end of the 1940s, about 1/3 of conservative congregations were offering bat mitzvah, and by the late 1950s, about half of conservative congregations and maybe 1/3 of Reform congregations included bat mitzvah. But those ceremonies were still not equal to the bar mitzvah. Generally, they were held on Friday nights, so they usually did not include Torah reading. They often included much more modest celebrations, a small kiddush at shul, maybe a party at home. Raise your hand if that describes your bat mitzvah experience. Right, so, and that wasn't the case for bar mitzvahs. Often those were very big, lavish affairs. Rabbis actually considered these to be positive aspects of bat mitzvah. First of all, bat mitzvahs, since they were held on Friday night, helped encourage attendance for Friday night service. That was a plus. And they also thought that the simpler parties were actually more dignified and in better taste than some of the ostentatious bar mitzvah parties that were becoming popular in mid-century. Even in the congregations where they were allowed, bat mitzvah was not a given, really into the 1970s when the prominence of the women's movement helped make bat mitzvah more fashionable. The Jewish Women's Archive, where, as you heard from Rabbi Berkman, I work, we did some collecting of stories around bat mitzvah. And I want to share with you one from Lorraine Solomon Glass, who had her bat mitzvah in February 1970 in the small town of Glen Falls, New York. And this is what she told us. She said, "There was much discussion among my friends as to whether to have a bat mitzvah or not. It was still a new concept. Not every girl had one. I learned my Haftorah. I also knew how to daven the entire Friday night service, which I did. I chanted the Haftorah on Friday night, since at that time girls were not allowed on the bima on Shabbat, and certainly not when the Torah was out. After services, my parents sponsored a beautiful Oneg Shabbat. The pastries had to be ordered from Schenectady, the closest kosher bakery, which was a real treat for us all. I had a new blue dress for the occasion and had my hair done at the beauty shop. My sister came home from college to attend. My grandmother, who was Orthodox and lived in Borough Park, Brooklyn, came up for it. Even she was okay with her granddaughter davening and chanting a Haftorah, even though I'm sure she would never have accepted it normally. Everything for the children. Exceptions were made, and I look at that as a profound act of love." I share this story because it's a reminder of how powerful these experiences could be for girls and for their families and communities. I mean, think about the details that she remembers and the fact that it was something that brought family together and into an unusual kind of situation. I also bring it up because when we explore this history, we have to talk about the girls themselves. Where are the girls in all of this? Up until this point, I've been speaking mostly about rabbis who at that time were all men, and we'll get to the women rabbis, I promise. And this is where the story gets really interesting, because girls were actually the first ones to ask the questions that helped propel bat mitzvah into a kind of revolutionary movement. They asked, like some teenage girls at SAJ did in 1945, why they were being taught how to chant the blessings and their Torah portions if they were only going to be allowed to do it once in their lives. It's a lot to learn if you're never going to get to do it again. Why couldn't they, like the boys in their communities, continue to participate in Shabbat services in this way after their bat mitzvahs? It's a good question. They asked, like Sally Gottesman did in 1975 when she was requesting of the ritual committee at Temple Shomrei Emunah in Montclair, New Jersey, that she be allowed to have her bat mitzvah on Saturday morning. And I quote here from a letter she sent to the committee, which we have in our collection at JWA. She wrote, "Why is my part in our temple not equal to a boy's my age? My education is as complete as a boy's, and knowing that I am equal makes me want to continue my studies." They asked, like future Supreme Court Justice Elena Kagan did in 1973, why her Orthodox synagogue in New York City hadn't yet found a way to celebrate a bat mitzvah. And I will say they did end up partially accommodating her request, not with a Saturday morning bat mitzvah as she had wanted, but with a Friday night service. And her rabbi, Shlomo Riskin, later recalled, "After that, we did bat mitzvahs all the time. She was part of my education. This was a watershed moment." Now, of course, he is widely credited with inventing the Orthodox bat mitzvah. I think that credit should go to Justice Kagan. The questions that bat mitzvah girls raised also inspired their mothers, and these mothers began to advocate on their daughter's behalf, as Paula Gottesman did, following up her daughter's letter with one of her own, in which she wrote, "To be sure, Sally will celebrate her bat mitzvah, be it on Friday or Saturday. However, this dispute will doubtless continue until the women have prevailed. Meanwhile, the traditionalists will constantly be on the defensive, and the women and girls will continue to be antagonized and alienated. This issue will not fade away, regardless of how much we may wish it to do so. I have 3 younger daughters, and if this is not resolved now, I am fairly certain that I will be compelled by conscience as well as by them to continue this battle." The mothers also began to advocate for themselves. They were inspired by the sight of their daughters on the bima, and they realized that they wanted greater access too. They wanted to have the opportunity to lead, to be called up to and to read from the Torah, to have a bat mitzvah, to take on other leadership roles in the congregation. And adult bat mitzvah classes began to emerge at this time, and synagogue policies changed to allow women greater public leadership. It is not a coincidence that the conservative movement voted to allow, albeit as a minority opinion, women to be called to the Torah for aliyot in 1955, just as bat mitzvah became a majority practice within that movement. Now, like feminism itself, a movement that began with advocating for increased rights for women but doesn't end there, continuing to push for greater equality for all, bat mitzvah also sparked really important questions and conversations about inclusion more broadly. When bat mitzvah called attention to the ways that girls and women were excluded from full participation in Jewish life, it also prompted many to notice who else was left out or didn't have access. Making room for questions and innovations is generative. It allows for further questions and innovations. So people started to notice and to ask, how do we include people of different abilities? How do we ensure that families of all kinds are treated with respect? How do we include Jews by choice? How do we mark the coming of age of non-binary kids? That's a question that's been asked in recent years. The mainstream acceptance of bat mitzvah has solidified the belief that every Jew should have access to a coming of age ceremony, no matter their identity or ability. That bar, bat, or bar mitzvah is an essential Jewish life cycle event, and this has sparked really a lot of new creativity and an expansion of our communities, and I think this is one of the ways that we see that the revolution that began with bat mitzvah continues to unfold. Even without explicit advocacy for increased rights, the mere presence of girls on the bima had a transformational impact. On the one hand, part of the reason why bat mitzvah caught on was that girls were perceived by some as unthreatening, right? They're young, they're small, they don't have booming voices, they did not wield the kind of authority that most people at the time associated with religious leadership. But they also normalized the presence and voices of women and girls in these roles. They made it easier for people of any gender to imagine girls and women as able and entitled to stand up in front of the congregation and to lead. One could argue, as scholars like Rabbi Carol Balin have, that when Rabbi Sally Priesand, the first American woman rabbi, was ordained in 1972, she was standing on the shoulders of a generation of bat mitzvah girls who had paved the way before her. And that brings us to the next anniversary that I want to address today, the 50th anniversary of American women in the rabbinate. And of course, the first thing I'm going to do, as a good historian, is to complicate that date a little bit, right? One of the important insights that anniversaries can raise is, well, where do we actually date a particular innovation? Where does change begin? Who gets recognized as the first, and what came before her that might have set the stage? So we know that at least since the 1890s, the question of whether and when women could become rabbis has come up repeatedly in every decade. While this in part reflects the rising expectations of women's involvement in public life and access to education and professions, we can also assume that that question was not born in the 19th century, but preceded it, even if we don't necessarily have the written records to back that up. We know, for example, that women served in educational leadership roles in much earlier times. Women such as Asnat Barzani, who led a yeshiva in 17th century Kurdistan. Who knew? Though she may not fit our modern definition of a rabbi since she was not officially ordained, she held a role that was actually bigger and of much more communal significance, more selective and more important, because she taught an entire generation of rabbis. You had to basically be considered on the order of a rabbi to run a yeshiva. So should we consider her actually the first? I think it's a question that's worth asking. What can we learn from some of these women who were what we might call proto-rabbis? So we'll take Barzani as an example. She was above all else a scholar. She was trained by her father, who was the head of the yeshiva in Mosul. When she married, it was under the condition that she would be allowed to continue studying. And ultimately, she ended up teaching the students of the yeshiva in place of her husband when he died, when he was alive, and then officially taking over when her husband died. From her, we learn that the proto-rabbis, despite perhaps not being officially ordained, held authority among men. Ray Frank was the first woman to preach from a pulpit in the U.S. When she arrived in Spokane, Washington in 1890, just before Rosh Hashanah, and discovered that there were not going to be any high holy day services because the community was too divided to come together to figure out how to make them happen, she took it upon herself to organize the service and to preach. And she was so impressive that she was invited to stay and preach again on Yom Kippur, and she became an instant sensation, touring for years around the U.S. as a popular speaker on Jewish subjects. She was often called the girl rabbi of the Golden West, though she was not a rabbi. And interestingly, Frank claimed to have no interest in becoming a rabbi. She actually sometimes made an argument against women being rabbis. But her presence, nevertheless, on the bima sparked significant communal consideration of the question of women in the rabbinate. And as a speaker, in her talks, she also promoted the spiritual importance of Jewish women and the need for greater opportunities for their religious leadership. So from the model of Ray Frank, I think we learn that these proto-rabbis were passionate doers and problem solvers. Paula Ackerman was a Rebbitzin, the wife of a rabbi in Meridian, Mississippi. When her husband, the rabbi, died suddenly in 1950, the congregation asked her to fill in, and she conducted weddings and funerals, led services, and gave sermons for 3 years until a man could be found to replace her. From Ackerman, we learn that these women were resourceful and dependable public servants who, despite the unconventionality of their roles, brought a great deal of comfort and security to their communities. Then there were a whole bunch of women who studied for the rabbinate but were never actually ordained. Martha Newmark and Irma Levy-Lindheim in the 1920s, Helen Leventhal Lyons in the 1930s, and there were several others. And those were mostly in the Reform movement, and they, although they were never able to actually achieve ordination themselves, they were never allowed to, they forced the movement to acknowledge that women could, in theory, become rabbis and were certainly capable of doing all of the coursework. And their leadership paved the way for the women who followed. This was almost the case for Regina Jonas, who ultimately became the first woman known to be ordained as a rabbi in 1935 in Berlin. She had actually been studying for ordination since the 1920s. She completed her final thesis in 1930 on the subject, May a Woman Hold Rabbinic Office? But tragically, her advisor died before he could ordain her, and his successor refused to fulfill the commitment. And so when she graduated in 1930, it was as a teacher. And she served as a teacher until finally in 1935, Rabbi Max Dienemann agreed to ordain her, and Jonas began to serve as a rabbi in Berlin, where, of course, her leadership was increasingly needed as more and more male rabbis emigrated or were imprisoned. In 1942, she and her mother were deported to Theresienstadt, where she served as a rabbi for 2 years, until she was deported to Auschwitz, where she was murdered. And then she was seemingly forgotten. Despite the fact that many people who knew her, including prominent leaders in the Jewish community and beyond, people like Leo Baeck and Viktor Frankl, knew her well and survived, but they did not tell her story. Her story was only rediscovered after the Berlin Wall came down, and her papers, which she had very smartly placed in the archive of German Jews just before her deportation, were unearthed in East Germany, where they had been sitting for all those years. Sally Priesand, like Regina Jonas, discovered her calling as a young person. She was raised in a committed and lively Reform community, and from her early teen years, she says she knew that she wanted to be a rabbi, despite the fact that she had never met a woman who was a rabbi, and no one had ever told her that that was even possibly an option, but she just felt that that was what she was going to be. And so as a high school student, she wrote to Hebrew Union College Jewish Institute of Religion, the Reform Seminary in Cincinnati, Ohio, and she requested admission information. Their response, while cordial, was not exactly encouraging. This is from the letter she received in response, was written on June 17, 1963. Dear Miss Priesand, we are pleased to learn of your interest in our college. Women are welcome in any of our courses, and we would be glad to discuss with you the various programs in which you might be interested. Since you state in your letter that your interest leans specifically to the rabbinate, we would have to inform you candidly that we do not know what opportunities are available for women in the rabbinate, since we have as yet not ordained any women. Most women prefer to enter the field of Jewish religious education. We would appreciate learning the name of your rabbi so that we may ask him to guide you and advise you. I'm curious what the letter to the rabbi said. But after some back and forth, she really persevered, and after some back and forth, she was accepted in the following February as a special student in the undergraduate department at HUC, which was a partnership with the University of Cincinnati. She was actually very concerned about that special student status, and they assured her that it was only special in that they didn't have any dorms for women, and students were required to live on campus, so they had to make her a special status to give her permission to live off campus. And it was not until 4 years later, in 1968, that she was finally admitted to the rabbinical program. Rabbi Priesand told JWA, "When I decided to study for the rabbinate, I never thought much about being a pioneer, nor was it my intention to champion the rights of women. I just wanted to be a rabbi." But by the time she entered rabbinical school in 1968, the second wave of the women's movement was building momentum, and so she was treated as a rabble-rouser. Synagogues refused to hire her for internships, claiming it would be too disruptive to have a woman in that role. Some people assumed she was just at HUC to meet and marry a rabbi, and they wished she would just do so already and get out of there and leave everybody else to their serious business. Much like Regina Jonas before her, Prezand wrote her rabbinical thesis on the subject of women in Judaism, exploring the changing role of women in Jewish history and what it meant for women to take on public religious leadership. Also like Jonas, Prezand's ordination was championed by an individual male rabbi, in her case Nelson Gluck, who was president of HUC JIR when she arrived on campus. And also like Jonas, he died before he could ordain her. Thankfully for Prezand, his successor, Alfred Gottschalk, fulfilled the promise of her ordination, and on June 3rd, 1972, Sally Prezand broke the stained glass ceiling and became a rabbi. Her perseverance and her humble leadership won over her classmates, who stood in her honor when she ascended the bima to be ordained. But the obstacles, of course, didn't end there. Sally was the last person in her class to be hired, and she has said, you know, the real reason I got the job was that everyone else. After 7 years in her first pulpit at the Stephen Wise Free Synagogue in New York, she left when it became clear that they were never going to consider her for a senior rabbi position. And for several years after that, she struggled to find full-time work as a rabbi, until she finally found a home at Monmouth Reform Temple in New Jersey, where she spent the next 25 years of her career until her retirement in 2006. Although she did not become a rabbi for feminist ideological reasons, she felt it was important to hold open the door to the women who would come after her. And with that goal in mind, she worked closely with the Reform Movement's Central Conference of American Rabbis Task Force on Women in the Rabbinate. The Reform Movement was the first in the U.S. to ordain women. It was quickly followed by the Conservative Movement, which voted in 1983 to accept women for ordination. That was after a decade of very active internal activism and consideration. And they ordained Rabbi Amy Eilberg in 1985. And the Reconstructionist movement ordained Rabbi Sandy Sasso in 1974. And in the past 25 years, Orthodox women have made strides in rabbinic learning and leadership. Today, there are many Orthodox women serving as rabbis, some with that title, some not. They've created other titles for their positions. And there is a very full pipeline of more who are studying. In fact, I think right now Yeshivat Maharat, which is the women's Orthodox body that is ordaining women, has more students than any of the liberal seminaries. So that revolution continues. But what does that revolution mean for Judaism and Jewish communal life? The inclusion of women, or any historically excluded group, is never simply additive. It is always transformative. That is, when women are part of the conversation, when they are on the bima or at the boardroom table, their perspectives and insights shape the conversation and create opportunities for new vision and innovation. Here's an example from Rabbi Laura Geller, who was one of the first Reform women rabbis. On the first day of her Talmud class, her professor said that God is present in every moment, and that Judaism, an acknowledgement of that, has a blessing for every important moment in the lifetime of a Jew. And her first thought was, wow, that is so powerful and beautiful. Divinity is present in every moment. And then her second thought was, wait a second, that's not true. There have been many important moments in my lifetime for which there was no blessing. And she thought immediately to her first period, and she thought, that's an essential moment in the lifetime of a woman, and there was nothing. There was no ritual other than possibly being slapped in the face by your mother or grandmother. Not exactly a ritual, more of a tradition. So there she is, right? A 23-year-old first-year rabbinical student in her first class, and she can see something about the tradition that the famous scholar teaching the class could not. Something that was missing, and something that was a beautiful creative opportunity, just by virtue of the difference in their experience. Rabbi Geller, of course, was not alone in that moment of recognition, and thanks to many women in the rabbinate and the learning and conversation that they opened for so many others, the past 50 years has seen a tremendous flourishing of new rituals, new liturgy, new midrash, and it just goes on and on. These transformations, of course, have not only been in the realm of religious practice, they've also been in the organization of Jewish institutional life and family life. Another story from JWA's collection, this one from Rabbi Diane Kohler-Esses, who's the first woman rabbi from the Syrian Jewish community. She too had an important realization in a rabbinical school class. This was a class on practical rabbinics, basically how to be a rabbi. And the teacher was blocking out the schedule for a pulpit rabbi on the board. You know, the days of the week, here's where you visit the sick, here's where you prepare your sermon, et cetera, et cetera. And Diane raised her hand and said, when do you prepare for Shabbat? And the teacher turned back to the schedule and said, well, here's where you write your sermon. And she said, no, no, no. I mean, prepare for Shabbat at home. When do you cook Shabbat dinner? When do you clean? And he was just stymied. He'd never had to do that himself. He had a wife who did it for his family. It had never occurred to him that those tasks might be the responsibility of a rabbi. Now, of course, it is not necessary that women do the domestic Shabbat preparations, of course. And of course, today there are many rabbis who have male spouses who do those tasks for their families. But it raises the question of what kind of life structure we assume rabbis have and how we organize the job of a rabbi around those assumptions. Those assumptions and conversations about lifestyle and family and patriarchy were made explicit by women in the rabbinate. These conversations also led to important policy changes, like the innovation of parental leave as part of a rabbinic contract. That just wasn't on the radar of an all-male rabbinate. And this is a good example also of how the transformations brought about by women in the rabbinate benefit people of all genders. Women have given their male colleagues permission to try different models of rabbinic leadership, to create a schedule that takes family needs into account, to come down off the bima and be more accessible, to create different kinds of boundaries and models of authority. Now, of course, this is not to say that these changes are easy or that they are finished. Even today, when there are hundreds of women rabbis in the field and currently more women than men in rabbinical school and the non-Orthodox denominations, there are still many more men in senior rabbi roles. There are still significant disparities in pay, and of course the issue of sexual harassment and discrimination, which is a very live one. In 1980, less than a decade into the new era of women rabbis, the Women's Rabbinic Network conducted a survey of senior rabbis and lay leadership about their concerns regarding hiring women as rabbis. There was a lot of resistance, and they wanted to understand what's at root here. Some of their responses sound, I hope, a little silly now. They worried that women rabbis would be too weak to lift the Torah, too soft-spoken to be heard. They worried that they would cry at board meetings. Some of their concerns had merit, but not as a reason to prevent opening the rabbinate to women. For example, they said the aesthetic of a woman rabbi would be off-putting. For many, I'm sure it was an adjustment. Perhaps some of you remember what it was like to be on the cutting edge here in 1988 when Ohabei Shalom hired Rabbi Lipoff, the first woman in the U.S. to be senior rabbi of a major congregation, something to be proud of, and I'm sure something that had its moments, and I am sure you can tell lots of stories. As we know, it is not always simple or easy to be innovative, but it is how we grow. Now, the final fear that was expressed in the 1980 survey is perhaps the most telling: the fear of women rabbis succeeding. And here I'm quoting from the report. If women can read from the Torah, preach, and teach, the rabbi's duties become accessible to everyone. The mystique is lost. This possibly leads to the breakdown of the hierarchy of the rabbi-congregant relationship. Now, I would argue that this accessibility of Judaism and the breakdown of that hierarchy has, in fact, come to pass to some degree, but it has been a feature, not a flaw, of women's leadership. It has offered an opening to new ways to connect to Judaism, to new forms of leadership and authority, to new questions about God's presence and how we seek divinity in aspects of life beyond formal prayer, to new realizations about inclusivity and belonging, and who remains excluded from Jewish life. It has sparked a renewal that is ongoing, and thank God. Now, I began with Judith Kaplan's story 100 years ago. Of course, there is no magic significance to any of these numbers, to 100, to 50, to 180, but I believe that these anniversaries are worth noting and celebrating, because if we forget them, we lose sight of the fact that change happens, that we are in a different place now than we were 50 or 100 or 180 years ago. I mean, how many of you knew, actually, that bat mitzvah was 100 years old? You guys, you're a smart group, right? You're well educated. But when I teach teens, almost none of them know. They assume it has been a birthright for Jewish girls since Sinai. Many of them have also grown up seeing women lead their congregations, and they have no idea that women have only been able to be rabbis for 50 years. And no doubt there is something that is beautiful about that, right? It can be very tempting to want to forget that the stories that speak of exclusion and inequality. We don't want to articulate that as part of our heritage. We want to present a prettier picture. But if we forget how change happened, we lose the opportunity to learn about how it happened. And we need to know how change happens, both the successes and the obstacles, the moments that were victories and the moments that really felt bad, so that we can continue to make change in the world. If we forget that change happens, we also lose sight of the fact that change is always happening, that our traditions, no matter how traditional they may seem, are constantly evolving. I am sure you've witnessed that here at Ohabei Shalom, especially as a congregation that's been on the cutting edge of women's leadership. Every innovation carries forward the legacy of the bat mitzvah pioneers and the first generation of women rabbis who challenged the status quo and who made the bima their own. So I bring these anniversaries to you not only as a historian who, likes to reflect on the past, not only as someone who is dedicated to lifting up the stories of Jewish women and girls, but also as someone who believes that history serves as an engine to the future. And my blessing for all of you on this very special 180th anniversary weekend is that you're able to carry with you the stories that provide inspiration and fuel for that journey forward. Mazel tov to you all.
I think we have time for a few questions before lunch. So if anyone would like to ask a question, do we have the wireless mic? Okay. I can come around. Any questions for Judah? Okay. Thank you.
Hi, I'm interested in knowing a little bit more about the German Jewish woman in the 1930s. Will you say her name again? And I'm curious, did she ever lead a congregation before she was, having to deal with the Holocaust?
Thank you. It is one of the great tragedies that she's not better known, and it's been one of the honors of our work at JWA to lift up her story. And first of all, her name is Regina Jonas, spelled Jonas, so it looks like Jonas. She never served one particular congregation, although you could say that in Theresienstadt, where there was a secret synagogue, she was basically the rabbi of that synagogue. And she, among her papers, some of the things that were found was a list of all of the different topics that she preached on while she was serving that community. She basically had the opportunity to serve as a rabbi because of the disappearance of male rabbis. She wouldn't probably, even after she was ordained, she probably wouldn't have had opportunities beyond had it not been for the fact that the population of male rabbis in Berlin was decimated. And truthfully, people encouraged her to get out as well, and she didn't want to leave her community, and she also didn't want to leave her mother, who she felt was not going to be able to travel. One of the things that I think is, beyond just the general fact that she was forgotten, one of the things that's saddest is because she never married and didn't have children, no one ever said Kaddish for her. So she died in 1944. We think she died pretty much immediately upon arrival at Auschwitz. We know she was deported in October. And so when the Jewish Women's Archive began to do work on her and actually sponsored a trip in 2014 to Berlin and Prague in her footsteps and to be part of a ceremony to place a commemorative plaque at Theresen in her memory. one of the things that emerged from that was a sense of like, we need to figure out a way to mark her yard site. No one had ever said Kaddish for this woman. I mean, it's just appalling. And so we looked at the calendar and saw that the date that she was sent to Auschwitz was right around Simchat Torah. And so we chose Shabbat Breshit, the Shabbat where last weekend, basically, the Shabbat where you start the Torah over as a time to mark her yard site. And we promote that each year as an opportunity to remember her legacy and for people to say Kaddish in her memory.
Wow, incredible. Other questions? Mindy?
And we also will say there's more information about her on our site, some reflections about her, as well as a short documentary that we produced about that trip, which has reflections of other rabbis on what it means to learn of that foremother.
Thank you very much. Would you describe for us the creation, mission, and work of the Jewish Women's Archives?
Sure. Always happy to do that. Thank you. So JWA is a virtual archive, a digital-only archive. Our office right now is in Brookline Village. We do not have a physical collection, but we live online. We were founded in the mid-90s, in the early days of the internet, really with the goal of reimagining what an archive could be and democratizing history. So we saw that there was work that was happening in the scholarly world to understand Jewish women's history, but that it wasn't really making its way out into the ways that we talk about history. You know, as Jews, we tend to put a lot of emphasis on history and heritage, but we actually tell a very, very, very narrow piece of what that history is. And so we wanted to make sure, first of all, that Jewish women's stories were being documented and preserved, but also that they were being shared in ways that they would actually become part of the cultural narratives that are being taught. So we do a lot of public history work that is making material available online. We don't want an archive. Often archives are seen as something that's a little bit closed, right? They're meant for scholars, for experts, and I can tell you as a historian, they're not always even that easy to get access to as a scholar or researcher. But we felt that history it's the resource that belongs to everyone. You should be able to access it from wherever, whenever you want. It is yours to play with. And so we have made everything freely available on our site, from an encyclopedia to curricular materials to online exhibits to a podcast. We do work with teens also to make sure that the next generation of Jewish young women is growing up having a sense of the legacy that they are the inheritors of. And we love getting to do that work. So jwa.org, you can find out a lot more. We also, since the pandemic, have been doing pretty much weekly virtual programs, book talks, and online history courses, and you can find information about that also on our site, or maybe Rabbi Berkman can send out some information. We have a new series of book talks that's starting next Thursday night. We do them Thursday nights at 8 p.m., and we have a talk with Liana Fink, who just wrote this amazing graphic novel that is a rewriting of the book of Genesis with God as a woman.
Amazing. Yeah, we'll be happy to send out information. Is there one more question? Yeah, Dan.
Thank you for that wonderful talk. My question is, what is happening in Europe for women in rabbinate? I know of the struggles in Italy for the reform movement in general and women in particular. So could you tell us a little bit outside the United States?
Yeah, that's a really great question. There are women rabbis in many European countries. I mean, as you said, some of the challenges that European Jewish communities are dealing with are a little bit different. Most of the women who are rabbis abroad, many of them are in the Reform movement, some are in the conservative movement. Many of them are working with a lot of refugee populations also, right? You know, like the women who are rabbis in like places like Berlin and Poland are dealing with Jewish communities that are primarily not from those places, Jews that are coming in from elsewhere. So they're often very much dealing with trying to even understand what the nature of the Jewish community is in that place, and that can make it a little bit harder with some of the issues around women rabbis, because people will say, well, we don't have time to deal with thinking about, we're trying to just rebuild Jewish life here or cope with an influx of many, many new people, and can't always deal with kind of the whatever the gender aspects must be, but there have been a lot of important women who have been leaders of Jewish communities and kind of doing the work of figuring out how do we build these communities, how do we make them stable, and how do we tell these stories. And in Israel, it's a whole other question because, but there are many women rabbis doing great work there too. They don't usually get access to the same recognition and resources from the government as men do, but they're leading very creative projects. Sure.
One more question. Wait for the microphone.
Thank you. Can I ask you, you were talking about these women and these women and these women. Are you saying now?
Speaking of the microphone.
Thank you. You were talking about this woman, this woman, this woman, this woman. So are you still saying that men can't do that?
Can't do what?
That men and women can do it both.
Well, Judith was speaking specifically about women's, history. But when you were speaking about the teens and girls who have no idea how recent women as rabbis is as a phenomenon, I was thinking about young girls that I've met who are friends of my kids, and including my kids, who say, "You mean men can be rabbis too?" Because there are so many rabbis, and at one point I think my children, they knew their father was a rabbi, but other than that they knew mostly women rabbis.
Right. I certainly wasn't suggesting that anything that women rabbis have done couldn't be done by someone else. I'm just saying that there have been changes. Once women come into a space, they bring their life experience. I'm not talking about essential differences necessarily. I'm not talking about particular biological differences. I'm talking about when you have certain life experience from the margins, you see different things and you ask different questions and bring about changes that I think benefit everyone, right? So I think a lot of male rabbis are also doing really innovative things and are also extending some of the things that women have introduced, and I think it's work that helps everyone, but it's part of why I think it's important to have a lot of different kinds of people in any role, because it just brings in new perspectives and makes new possibilities possible for everyone.
Absolutely. We're going to wrap up because we want to get downstairs to lunch, but I want to give Dr. Judith Rosenbaum another round of applause. What a blessing. It's I don't know that I've ever really gotten to just sit and listen to one of Judith's talks. Thank you, Judith. We'll be meeting downstairs for lunch. Anyone who'd like to join in listener? So it's right below us. If you need an elevator, we can show you to the elevator out this door. Otherwise, you can go out here and make a right to go down the stairs to Listener Hall.
I began to wander. I was a wandering Jew looking for a shul. And of course, your sites always come up, and I didn't have a place to go. And somebody mentioned this temple was open to anybody, non-members and whatnot. And so for several years, I satisfied my longings for your site by coming here. When we decided to, my wife and I decided to kind of settle down, we were still in Wellesley, we did, as mentioned, shul shopping. And my wife was very musical, and so we wanted something musical. The first place we seemed to go to was here for music, and we were blown away by the musical tradition and whatnot. And that's how we got in. Ironically, I now live in Brookline, so instead of trucking from Wellesley, it's a piece of cake to come here. So that's our history.
We're back here. Yeah, well. I have no idea what he's going to say.
Well,
this was another one of those times when we were shul shopping. Either the shuls dropped on us or we walked out on them. And at that time, Michael Weintraub and his wife Diane Rose, and a good friend of ours, I think Mike was president of the congregation at that time, and told us we really ought to try this place. I really, in spite of living in Brookline for a long time, really hadn't heard much about Ohabei Shalom. But we came there one of these evenings, and this was one of those monthly galas when Randall Schloss, Cantor, and David Spar, they did this show with them and the band and the choir and all like that. And by the end of the service, I was certain this is the one for us, but also we had gone to a few other shows and set up for services and came and went and really didn't interact very much with the congregation, but by the time we got from the place where we were sitting, which is we always were in front because of Denise's eyesight, to the back door, we were kind of descended upon by just about everybody who was in the place. Hi, how are you? First time here, but glad to see you. Come back again. And yep, that just reinforced it. This is pleasure.
We hear something. And I also want to say to those who are, there are a few folks on Zoom, and if anyone would like to chime in from Zoom, we can make that happen. So Rabbi Lipov, go ahead.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
I have a loud voice.
No, I wonder, so the people on Zoom won't be able to hear you.
Oh, I want to tell you just a very quick story, and then I brought you something that I'll tell you about. When Dan Dakin, when his airplane was canceled, he had time to come back to the synagogue, come into my office and tell me that I had been chosen to be the rabbi here the night before at a meeting. When he walked out, I found myself walking to the sanctuary. I wanted to know what it felt like to be there all alone. Since I was 6, I've been there with hundreds of people. And so I sat there for a while, and I wondered what was going on behind the bima. So some of you know this story, but I must tell you, many that didn't. So I walked behind the bima, and I'm looking at all these interesting things behind the bima, and I get into the room, I think we call it the robing room, and there were 3 doors, looked like 3 closets. I opened up the first door, it was the robes for the choir on the High Holy Days. I opened up the second door, and it was the books for the High Holy Days. And I opened up the third door, and it was a urinal. And there wasn't a fourth door for me. And I realized that there was history being made all around me. And I walked out onto the bima, and I thought about it, and I began to laugh. Just laugh with such joy that the laughter went all the way up to the dome and down. So I had to tell you that story. As I went to look for a binder to hold the cards for the blessing that, for Dan, I found this. I've kept it for many, many years. You can hardly touch it because it is in such disrepair, because it's so old. It is, oh, you know what I need? I need my glasses. And I had them in my hand and I didn't take them. Thanks so much. And this is for the synagogue to keep. I didn't realize I even still have it. Ohabei Shalom, Beacon Street Temple is what this is for. And it is the dedication exercises of the new Beacon Street Temple, 1928. And there is a brief history of the synagogue and pictures. That's the one thing, and in the back is all, look at how this is made. The cover, it's 2 pieces, and there were empty pages because they hadn't learned yet how to print. There is a sisterhood here, and everything else, every other part of this tells the names of the men who were involved. I want to, but this is amazing. Memories of Ohabei Shalom. It is, I think, 10 stanzas and then an epilogue. And it reads like this: Hail ye, proud heirs of Ohabei Shalom. And it goes on, and thank God, our temple comes from a loam. It's rhymed. It is in Old English, and it is amazing. What I wanted to show you, I just don't want to move this too quickly.
You want this copy? We have a color copy of it as well. Is this what you want to show them?
I want to show them the menu.
Yeah. Very similar to what we're having.
To what you're having right now. Yes. Audrey, why don't you take this, Rabbi?
Sure.
And I'll give it to you for your safekeeping. Thank you. Okay, here is the menu. I have to read it to you. The very first thing. Now, they were trying to be as fancy as they possibly could. The very first thing is California grape fruit. 2 different words. I did some research. Grapefruit was discovered in the Barbados, thank you. In the Barbados. It wasn't, they invented it there. And it had just come to the United States. And this was the epitome of luxury, to begin with a grapefruit. The hors d'oeuvres with celery, olives, or salted nuts. It goes on and on. I won't read it all to you, but the drinks, I want you to know, in being so very fancy, was Canada Dry and White Rock. They knew, I don't even know what White Rock is to you. It's a label. It's a label, okay. It is really amazing to read it. And there was a beacon salad. So I give this to you. There's so much more inside. It's so interesting. But I just want you to know.
So much of our process is really amazing. We've come a long way with great fruit and all the other things that we get to eat. And on the topic of food, because it's already been mostly consumed, most of you have enjoyed the birthday cake that we got for Dan. Dan, I hope you got it to submit. Oh, good, okay, Jamie, sure. Yeah, so happy birthday again to you. Do you think we need to sing happy birthday? Yes.
Not only Dan, not only Dan.
Yes, Josh Cohen. Josh is very shy and humble about his birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dan, and also Bob. And together. To you. To both of you. Are there other memories? Oh, David. Should I hand over the mic? I don't know. All right.
Dangerous. Many of you don't know the story of how I came to be here. My grandparents were actually members here. My uncle was bar mitzvahed here the same week that I was born. My parents brought me to his bar mitzvah, and I stole the show, and he never forgave me for that. But many, many years later, I was working as basically a secular musician in Boston, and I heard from a mutual friend of Robbie Solomon's and mine that Robbie was looking for a new music accompanist at the synagogue because Carolyn Curtis was retiring to be with her children out west, and Robbie needed somebody. And so I actually, to be honest with you, had not attended synagogue pretty much since my bar mitzvah. I was brought up in what we now call a classic reform congregation, where basically it was English, 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 Shema, English, 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 Bayom Hahu, and that was about it. But, the prayer books didn't even use the word rabbi, they used the word reader. But anyway, so I came here and Robbie said to me, why don't you come to a service and see like what it is you'd be doing? Well, naturally, I not only did not recognize any of the music because there were all these people like Debbie Friedman who had come along in the meantime that I had no familiarity with, but I couldn't believe they were doing stuff that was like, I thought was just like only Orthodox people did, you know, like Kadosh, Kadosh, you know, so like, we didn't do any of that stuff when I was a kid. So anyway, Robbie says to me, so here's the gig, you come here, you play Saturday mornings because I can't play guitar and hold the Torah at the same time. And, you know, you work with the choir and the holidays, stuff like that. And I said, all right, do I really want to get up at like 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning? Because, you know, I usually would be working Friday night. I said, all right, I'll try it for a year. That was 22 years ago. I'm still thinking about whether I want to keep the job. But it's been a pleasure. It's become very meaningful for me. I've got sort of unintentionally re-immersed into Judaism and found it, the whole experience to be wonderful. Most of all, it was the chance to become friends with so many of you that, although Zita, I gotta say, upstairs I didn't recognize you because I haven't seen you with long hair.
I'll tell you something, the best thing you ever did here, well, two things. One was that Calypso Shabbat.
Reggae, yeah.
Oh, yeah. It was when you taught us that Halal weekend.
Oh, thank you.
Yes,
Yeah.
that was.
So it's been a journey for me, for someone who didn't know anything about Judaism when I started, to now being asked by the rabbis, what's the new song for this particular? So.
Can you do another Calypso Shabbat? That was wonderful.
Yeah, another reggae, yeah.
So anyway, thank you all for allowing me to have this experience.
Thank you, David. And yes, Reggae Shabbat was in honor of David's 18th year. So that was 4 years ago. And at the time, everyone came up to us and said, can we do this every week? So we're overdue for our next Reggae Shabbat. That was really fun. So we want to be mindful that we have another speaker, believe it or not. And this will be Maxine Shire, starting at 1:30. And if someone could remind me of the topic, so I can, it's about refuseniks.
The Refusnik Legacy, and Maxime is an amazing scholar and a great speaker. So we're gonna head back upstairs for that, and then we have a panel discussion with Josh Zachem and Malcolm Cawthorn. Malcolm Cawthorn is a longtime history teacher at Brookline High School. And anyway, they will be talking about Black-Jewish relations in Brookline and beyond. So, and then Eddie Jacobs' tour, which should be really a treat. His picture is out in the archive. Please don't miss the exhibit, not that we're giving you any free time to see it, but it's in the sanctuary foyer of our archival materials, and you can see Eddie Jacobs as I believe it's his confirmation picture. He hasn't changed a bit, and you can see that in one of the archival photos there. So please do see that, and yeah, that's what. Yeah, yes, that's what I'm saying. The exhibit is in the sanctuary foyer. There's a lot to see there. Okay, am I missing anything? Other than thank you, and thank you for giving us an excuse to have birthday cake, Josh and Sam. And we will see you for the rest of our offerings. Oh, there is one more thing. There's a memory tree. There's a beautiful tree. Some of you have seen it, a sculpture created by Cassie, Desi, and her husband Matthew, that you can write a memory. A little tidbit, you didn't get a chance to share today, you can write something on a leaf and hang it on the tree. So it's its own kind of tree of life. And right now that's in the back of the chapel. So feel free to do that during the rest of the afternoon. Okay, thanks everyone. Thank you to those on Zoom.
All right, welcome back, everybody. And speaking of welcoming back, we are delighted to welcome back our next speaker who has taught us so well in the past. Maxime Schreier is the author of Leaving Russia, A Jewish Story. He's a professor at Boston College. He's the winner of the National Jewish Book Award. He is also the founder of the Jewish Studies program at Boston College. What is not here in your program is that Maxime Schreier is a true friend to so many, such a wonderful family man, and a true mensch. And as I say, he has taught here before. Today he's going to be speaking about something very personal to him, his history, his family's history. So please join me in welcoming back Maxime Schreier.
Thanks so much, Larry. Appreciate it. Good to see you. And good Shabbos to you all. Thanks so much for having me. Thanks so much for being here, and also a good year to all of you. A little belatedly, but I thought I would wish you all a very good year. I wonder if you'd like to move a little closer. This is a small screen. I thought it would be a very big screen, so the pictures will not be very large. And the topic is the Refusnik legacy, and I doubt very much there is a person here who has not encountered the Refusnik legacy. I think some of you were active in the Soviet Jewry movement. Others have friends, fellow congregants who come from the former Soviet space, who were Jews who left or who might have even been Refusniks. So I apologize in advance if the opening part is going to sound too obvious, but I just want to cover a little bit of historical ground before I turn to some specific examples from what I observed growing up as a Refusnik in Moscow. So the first question is, who are Refusniks, right? It is actually a very imperfect English calque of the Russian word "отказник." Well, etymologically, it literally means somebody who was refused. So technically speaking, it should be not refusnik, but refugee, if there were such a word. Refuseniks actually did not refuse anything except the ticket to Soviet paradise. It's the Soviet authorities who refused their request to emigrate. Refuseniks were Soviet Jews and their family members. Of course, the rate of intermarriage was quite high in the Soviet Union, so there were many families that had non-Jewish members. In a sense, this legacy is coming back to us today in a particularly striking fashion because in light of the terrible war that Russia is fighting in Ukraine, there is a great movement in Russia to leave, to escape, especially now when there is a greater sense of mandatory draft. So people are discovering forgotten Jewish ancestors. I can think of 20 people in Moscow whom I've known professionally who now claim to have a Jewish grandparent because they can qualify for the right of return. Look, nothing wrong with that if you are willing to do that, but my point is, of course, refuseniks lived and struggled under the aegis of the great Jewish emigration, the great Jewish exodus from the Soviet Union, but not all of them were ethnically or halakhically Jewish, however you want to define it. But so again, the point to remember is that we did not refuse. We were refused, right? Refuseniks are Jews who petitioned the Soviet government to be allowed to emigrate. The legal pretext is to Israel. There is no open emigration out of the Soviet Union, but in the 1960s, especially following Israel's spectacular victory in the Six-Day War, hundreds of thousands of Soviet Jews woke up with a new sense of Jewish pride, and that in turn ushered in a wave of emigration. People would petition the Soviet government under international accords, especially after the Soviet Union became a signatory to the Helsinki Convention, petition the Soviet government to be allowed to reunify with family in Israel. Some truly had family, not to sort of pat my parents on the back, but my parents had living aunts and uncles in Israel whom we later saw, siblings of my late grandparents. So these were real people who were Halutzim, who had left in the 1920s, and so for us it was a real reunification. Others did not. I remember actually we were already refuseniks, and my mother's first cousin discovered a gentleman who had the same last name as my late maternal grandmother, and looked him up, and he was a lovely gentleman who had lost both arms in the War of Independence, but he learned to drive, and he was very active. And I remember we were just thinking how interesting that there is a person in Israel who has the exact same last name as my grandmother, and he's not even a family member, right? So that's refuseniks. The second point to reflect on is how many refuseniks were there. Obviously, guys, the only agency that kept close tabs on us was the KGB, and the archives are still sealed. Therefore, the precise numbers are still to be discovered. We infer the numbers on the basis of various available data, such as what the Jewish organizations, first in Vienna, where Jews arrived from Russia, then in Rome, if that was the next station of their journey, if they didn't go to Israel, or in Israel, the Ministry of Absorption. So the data is imprecise. There was a very fine Israeli scholar, Mordechai Altshuler, who did at one point undertake a study. His calculations were that in the mid-80s, so the lowest point of emigration is, of course, after the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in 1979, the wave continues to drop, and basically 85, 86, they're single hundreds, very low numbers. So he was looking at that, and he had this number, 11,150 refuseniks. My personal research gives a higher number, about 20,000 at any given year, in any given year, between 1970 and 1987. But the point of this, guys, this is a huge community of Jews who are not physically ghettoized, but who are disenfranchised and who always face this prospect of further persecution. And again, just to put the numbers in perspective, I'm giving you some data on the Jewish population in post-Stalin USSR. So 1959, people always remember, of course, the decimation of Jewish life in Europe, particularly in Poland, the highest number, right, under 3 million. But there's still well over 2 million Jews in 1959. And as you can see, Rabbi Berkman, may I use the yad or to show? Is that kosher? Or maybe then I'll use a pen. It's just the yad is long. The yad is longer. But basically, you see the numbers keep dropping. And so here, right, this is the huge wave. You see from 2,170,000 to 1,830,000, right? And then there's these years are very, very low numbers. This is when the refusing community is at its most numerous. And then the late Soviet, post-Soviet wave. Now, I'm just curious to know, how many Jews do you think live in the Russian Federation today? Any guesses? Yes. Okay, any other guesses? That's an excellent guess. Yes? So, I was just looking at the data of the Ministry of Absorption about the Aliyah for the first 8 months from Russia and Ukraine. Basically, if you take those numbers, and it's about 46,000 combined from Russia and Ukraine, 33 from Russia and the rest from Ukraine, I think the number of remaining Jews in the Russian Federation would be at about 130,000. So well, of course, Ukraine is the second largest. It's about, I think, 40,000 now. Belarus is, I think, 10, and then we're talking about very small numbers. But my point is, against the refusnik movement is paradoxically at its strongest when the emigration is at its lowest. And also, of course, all of this, the larger picture is the Endspiel of Jewish Soviet history. Basically, it's the huge outflow of Jews. Now, one other point to make, which is a very important point, what do refusniks want? And of course, refusniks want one thing, they want out. They want to be allowed to leave, which is why there is a bit of a confusion between the term refusnik and the term dissident. Of course, there was a community of dissidents in the Soviet Union who were trying to oppose the regime, who were voicing dissent, and refusniks and dissidents did find common ground, but the common ground was only temporary. The dissidents were hoping to ameliorate or change the Soviet society. The refusniks wanted nothing to do with that society. They wanted out. And so these pictures that I'm showing you, this is a very famous protest of refusniks from 1973 when these very brave people stood outside the Ministry of Internal Affairs in Moscow and held these posters. And the posters say, visas to Israel instead of prisons. Visas to Israel instead of prisons. I want to Israel. So basically these slogans could be conceived of as political, but the thrust of it is not to change the system, but to allow Jews and their families to emigrate. And in this sense, I just want to show you this little sort of chart that I did on refusniks versus dissidents. Of course, there is a lot of interplay. If you heard of the Moscow-Helsinki group, which was a group formed in 1976 specifically to press the Soviet Union to adhere to the promises they made to respect human rights, for instance, in the Soviet Union. A number of the founding members were Jews, and two of them, very famous, of course, Natan Sharansky, probably the most famous refusnik, and Vladimir Slipak, of whom I'll speak later because I have personal knowledge and friendship with him and his family. So 2 refuseniks in the original number, but also a number of Jews who were not refuseniks. But in the end, the vast majority of them do emigrate. So the point is, there is not in the activities, but also there's a certain shared teleology, because some of the active dissidents were exiled and ended up living where the former refuseniks were living. For instance, Yuri Orlov, the first one, who was a physicist and a professor at Cornell, whom I once met at a conference, he really did not want to emigrate. He wanted to struggle and fight the regime inside. He was forced out. Now, I also just want to give you a little bit of information from my personal our family's archive. So this is a draft of protest slogans, and that has survived in my parents' archive. Basically, it's a page where a number of slogans were typed. Some were then collectively ruled out. And what do these things say? Freedom of immigration to all refuseniks. Glasnost means the end of refusenikdom on the basis of alleged security. Then this one is interesting. This is probably the most poignant one. Auschwitz, Babi Yar, and refusenik is a Jewish tragedy. So this basically puts.
If you're going to stand over there, I recommend using the microphone.
I'm going to stand here.
Beautiful. Just making sure.
It reminds me of how I once spoke at Yad Vashem at a conference, and I was showing slides, and the microphone did not work, and the people could only either hear or see. And I said, basically, you have a choice between hearing or seeing. And what do you think they chose? Seeing, correct. You're absolutely right. In any case. So basically, these slogans really place the plight of refuseniks in the larger story of anti-Semitism and genocide against Jews. My father used to say that the condition of refuseniks is a minor form of genocide, or the antechamber of genocide. And I think in some ways he was very correct about that. Now, that's as far as the general part. I'm going to read 2 short excerpts from this book, Leaving Russia, which I wrote in English, and it's a story of growing up Jewish in the Soviet Union, which is focused on the refusenik years, which were my formative years. It's come out in Russian, it's come out in Italian, and other translations are on the way as well, but I've also had to revise it a little bit and update it. So the English edition is becoming obsolete because new things have come to the surface. And I'm going to read 2 excerpts. Essentially, the life of refuseniks always consisted of the before and of this anticipated after, almost like in Chekhov's plays, where characters are constantly talking about moving to Moscow, but they never go, because obviously life makes other arrangements. And so the story starts when I was this old, and it ends on June 7th, 1987, when we were finally able to leave the Soviet Union for good. And the first excerpt, and then you'll have, I hope, time to ask questions. The first excerpt deals with probably the worst period in my parents' troubles with the regime as refusenik activists. And you will see what went on and how we responded. The subpoenas stopped, this is where it is. On some level, my parents had probably seen it coming. I recall a visit by 2 Canadians who traveled to the USSR in order to show their support for refuseniks. One of them, Michael Posner, was at the time a reporter for a Canadian magazine and now writes for the Toronto Globe and Mail. My mother, customarily the spokesperson for the family, was telling Posner about the refusenik gatherings we hosted at our apartment and about the risks involved. By that time, our Refusnik seminar salon had been going strong for a year. Also, the first part of my father's novel, Dr. Levitin, had found its way to the West. I remember coming home late from a party sometime in the autumn of 1984 to find my father and a photographer working in the bathroom on developing and hanging rolls of film to dry on the shower rod. In due course, the films were smuggled out of the country in a diplomatic pouch, reaching the United States and then traveling to Israel, where my father's uncle, Munya Sharir is the Hebraized Schreier. It's virtually the same in Hebrew, just one extra yot in the case of Schreier, basically. So Munya Sharir facilitated the novel's publication. By the autumn of 1985, the upcoming publication under the title Being a Refusnik was announced by Aliyah Library, a prominent publisher of Russian language books based in Israel, and the authorities immediately responded. My parents knew they were being followed around, yet they spared me some of this knowledge. I was not told, but surmised that my mother was struck in a crowded street by two men who, under their breath, threatened graver punishment if my parents wouldn't stop sticking out. Then, in the first days of November, a subpoena summons was deposited in our mailbox, dated 27th November 1985 and printed on the stationery of the Moscow city prosecutor. The subpoena requested Schreier David Petrovich to appear on the 2nd of December 1985 at 11 a.m. at the office of Prosecutor N.B. Tsirkunenko. This slip of paper has survived among my father's personal papers, and I'm looking at a photocopy of it as I type these lines. And now you're looking at a projection of it. So that's exactly what it looked like, except it was this poisonous green color. It was not white. In the early evening of the day the subpoena arrived, still trying to process the whole thing, my parents and I held a family conference. Various scenarios were considered and different options weighed, from a public protest or hunger strike to ignoring the subpoena and buying time. My father called the latter the tactic of crushed glass. The situation was urgent and obviously dangerous. My parents and I decided to seek the immediate advice of seasoned friends and acquaintances from the Refusnik and dissident circles. That evening, I went to see the Slipaks, while my parents visited Valery Soifer. Soifer, formerly a successful Soviet geneticist, had substantial experience with dissident actions and many connections with Western scientists. My parents thought his counsel would be helpful. A former prisoner of Zion, Vladimir Volodya Slipak, was a legend within the Refusnik and dissident movements and abroad. He and his wife, Maria, Masha, had been among the leading Refusnik activists since the early 1970s. Refusniks spoke of his fearlessness and valor, of charging KGB thugs at demonstrations before they had a chance to strike them. I had heard from eyewitnesses of the day in June of 1978 when the Slipaks, along with another celebrated Refusnik activist, Ida Nudel, flew banners with protest slogans from the balconies of their apartment buildings in Moscow. I just want to show you, because I recently verified this with one of the Slipaks' sons. So basically, so this is Gorky Street. Now it's Tverskaya, the main thoroughfare in Moscow. So if you drive this way, you end up at Red Square. And if you drive that way, you end up on a highway that takes you to St. Petersburg. So this is the building. They were living on the 8th floor in apartment 77. So imagine, in the middle of the afternoon, the Slipaks unfurled this banner right here. So you're talking about tens of thousands of people who saw it right away, which said basically this, let us go to our son in Israel. So imagine that for a moment, right? What risks they took and what courage it took to do that. This was true zealotry, I think, in the purest form. They were arrested. Vladimir Slipak and Ida Nudel were sentenced to 5 years of forced exile, while Masha received a suspended sentence. My parents met and befriended the Slipaks by the time of Volodya's return to Moscow from Siberia. And one more explication. So this is my father. This is Vladimir Slipak. the way I got to know him, he still looks very mighty. He was a person of tremendous physical strength and courage. This is a fellow refusnik, Arkady Lachman. This is an interesting story which also illustrates the precarious position refusniks found themselves in, which was one of generally isolation from the professional intellectual communities in which they had existed. This man is Yuri Arok. He's an Estonian visual artist. He actually passed away just last week. He was a very close friend of my father and of the family. Why I'm bringing this up? Because he was unafraid to associate with refusniks, whereas the majority of the Soviet intelligentsia, which, by the way, let's not have illusions here, included successful Soviet Jews who did not want to emigrate or who were not prepared to take risks. The vast majority of Soviet intelligentsia disassociate themselves from refusniks, and so refusniks were living in a great deal of isolation. And of course, for people of intellectual professions, scientists, writers, it's terribly difficult. So I mention this because it's an interesting cross-section of society. 3 refusniks and an Estonian visual artist who basically came to show his solidarity. Why solidarity? Because of course Estonia, a small republic, always felt that it was occupied by foreigners, the Danes, the Russians, the Germans, and then again the Soviets. So that's just a small aside about that. Volodya Slipak was in his late 50s when I got to know him, and the weighty silver curls of his hair and beard made him look like a cross between a biblical patriarch and a Judean zealot. Now retired from the kind of open activism for which he had paid with a prison sentence, Volodya was still one of the refusnik elders. Like a mighty bull, having miraculously survived years of fighting, he would doze off during after-supper conversations in our kitchen, looking imposing and strong also in slumber. The bespectacled, and I just want to show, so these are my parents and Maria Slipak. The bespectacled round face of Masha Slipak carried a special dolorous beauty, sometimes given to aging Ashkenazi women. Even in her lightest moments, sadness never left Masha's face. Both of the Slipak's sons were living in the United States, held hostage by the Soviet state and separated from their boys. The Slipaks, Masha especially, treated me with parental kindness. In Masha's big eyes, I read an unspoken reproach addressed to all refusnik parents. And just to explicate that for a moment, of course there's deep irony in that, because they themselves were refusnik activists and leaders, and they themselves basically insisted that their sons leave because they didn't want them to be endangered. So when Masha sort of communicated that reproach, it was also a reproach that was directed at herself inwardly, not outwardly at other refusniks who had children. The Slipaks were living right on Gorky Street in a communal apartment they shared with another family. My parents and I had last visited them just a week before the subpoena came on a Friday night. As Masha lit the candles, she whispered, eyes closed, "Please let me see my boys this year." She wouldn't see them for 2 more years until the autumn of 1987. After dinner, which was always accompanied by jovial drinking and the opening of the Slipak's bottomless trove of activist stories and prison anecdotes, my father, Volodya, and I stepped out onto the balcony for some air. Down below, Gorky Street pulsated, Red Square on our right, the Pushkin Monument on our left. The equestrian statue of the medieval Grand Prince Yuri Dolgoruki, often called the founder of Moscow, stood in a square below, across the lanes of streaming traffic. My father and Slipak were talking about protests, about prospects of arrest and imprisonment. "The earlier you go to jail, the earlier you'll get out," Slipak said, smiling relentlessly. My father didn't care for the comment, but said nothing. I'm going to skip a section and talk about the mounting pressures that my parents felt at the time. The pressures of being hunted by the Soviet secret police were mounting as November crawled into light days, reaching their annual lowest limit. Cornered and gravely exhausted, my father ended up in the hospital with a heart attack. He was hospitalized at the fourth city where for several years he had been serving as a consulting endocrinologist. The Fourth City Hospital had been founded by Emperor Paul I as a public hospital for the poor. In the early 1800s, the distinguished Russian architect Matvei Kozakov had revamped the main ward in neoclassical style, and thus the edifice stood unchanged for over 2 centuries, surrounded by a campus of newer buildings. The Fourth City, formerly Paul's Infirmary, was one of the city's better medical centers and a teaching and research hospital. Several attending physicians on the floor of the intensive cardiology unit knew my father from having previously done rounds with him, and he was receiving decent care. The first few days of my father's hospitalization were especially trying. The plainclothes thugs kept coming to the ward, and basically, just so you understand, they wanted to interrogate my father. And a very courageous attending said to them, you can go in, and if something happens to him, this will be on your conscience. And of course, they didn't want that. So they kept waiting for him to come out, but they were always there. So they left the ward, but they weren't prepared to leave my father alone. For the first several days, Mother and I worried the most about nighttime, when visitors, even family members, weren't admitted. The floor of the ward became deserted, save for a nurse on duty, and my father, lying on a hospital bed with an oxygen mask, was especially vulnerable. We took turns visiting during the day, Mother in the morning, I in the afternoon, on the way back from the university. The hospital campus was located in an old section of Moscow's Zamoskворечье district, where 19th century and even older buildings, some of them 1- or 2-story stucco mansions, had survived Soviet-era architectural revamping. During my father's first 2 weeks at the hospital, 2 or 3 other subpoenas were delivered to our mailbox. Mother spent several days trying to clarify my father's predicament. She spoke with more veterans of the Refusnik and dissident movement, including an old-time Refusnik who had been a practicing attorney before losing his job. We weren't living in a land of respect for the law, and yet we wanted to know exactly what legal options, even if on paper, my father had in view of the subpoena. And I'm going to skip over and just tell you how this all ended. It ended with a letter of protest that my father composed in the hospital. My mother translated into English, and that we clandestinely passed to a New York Times correspondent at the Times station in Moscow, who, also risking quite a bit, met with us late at night, and literally the KGB were following us. We passed the letter to him, got into a cab, and basically there was a bit of a chase that I described. But the letter was published abroad, and it did produce some results. The subpoenas stopped coming either to our mailbox or our door. My father was left alone, at least for the time being. Even though he was still weak after all the stress he had endured, he went back to work at the clinic and was spending long hours in front of his Olympia, typing away at the new book. My parents had resumed the Refusnik salon, still unsure how long the interlude of peace would last. In the meantime, on the 12th of January 1986, the prominent prisoner of Zion, Anatoly Natan Sharansky, was exchanged for 2 Soviet spies and released to the West. Sharansky had been arrested in 1977 and held in a labor camp since 1978. He and his wife Avital had been apart for almost a decade. She in Israel, he in Soviet captivity. The Refusnik community was abuzz with details of Sharansky's release. We heard about the way Sharansky walked across the Glinicky Bridge from East Berlin into West Berlin, not a straight line, but in a zigzag. And actually there's footage of that. He was still weak after having just been released from the camp, but he wanted to walk as a free man as opposed to dash to freedom. So zigzag to show his defiance. Was Sharansky's release a hopeful sign or simply another East-West spy deal? We wondered about that, as we also wondered about the significance of Gorbachev's consolidation of power. An undated photo from this period would eventually reach us from abroad, It actually was taken by an American photographer who later made Aliyah, and eventually we got hold of this picture. It has survived among my parents' papers, although we don't know who took it. We do know now. Father, mother, and I are photographed in the living room, which doubled as my father's den. To the left, behind our backs, is a china cabinet with white and blue Russian porcelain mugs, out of which tea with lemon always tasted so good. To the right, from where we're sitting, is my father's desk with photos of the poet Alexander Blok and of my grandfather Pyotr in wartime uniform. He started the war as a captain at the age of 32. He was a lieutenant commander at the age of 34 and fought for 4 years all the way to Königsberg. I say this because this is an important memory as well, because some of the refuseniks were former veterans who were stripped of their decorations, deeply humiliated, and the country paid no gratitude to the blood they shed for it. On the edge of the coffee table in front of us is a plate of what looks like matzah meal cakes, a dish my mother often served to foreign guests who kept kosher. I look serious, perhaps a little anxious, while my father and mother both have a stamp of exhaustion on their faces from fear of new troubles. For how much longer could they endure being refuseniks? And it would be almost 2 full years. And before I stop, I just want to highlight a couple of pictures which are very important for our family history of refusnikdom and for the larger story of the Jewish immigration. So this photograph, and that's my mother, and that's the son of Yosef Bigun, also a very famous prisoner of Zion. This photograph was published in many magazines. This is from Newsweek, February 23rd, 1987. Basically, there was a demonstration of refuseniks on one of the central streets of downtown Moscow, the Arbat, where refuseniks stood in support of Yosef Bigun, who had been in jail and prison for a number of years, and it actually led to his release. This guy is a plainclothes police officer who is about to attack these two people, and basically they were beaten in public, and there's footage of them basically being thrown down, and then the camera was knocked out of the hands of the cameraman who was recording this. But and this is where I'll end. Of course, many of you heard of Andrei Sakharov, the very famous Soviet dissident. He was a nuclear scientist. He was one of the creators of the Soviet hydrogen bomb, who found it in himself to break with his past, to become a dissident, and he was a kind of symbol of resistance. He, on the 23rd of December, was allowed to return to Moscow from internal exile. And in February 1987, this man, Yosef Bigun, you see he's still wearing prison clothes, this kind of prison quilted coat, also arrived from his place of detainment. And these two celebrations together probably marked a turning point. They sent a message to both the refuseniks and to dissenting populations in the Soviet Union that something was changing. And soon thereafter, in the spring of 1987, the veteran refuseniks began to be allowed to emigrate. By the fall of 1987, it was already a growing wave, and of course by 1989, right, this was the beginning of the great Aliyah that changed the history of Israel forever, because of course almost every fifth Israeli is of Russian and Soviet descent. I'm going to stop here. Thank you so much. I'm happy to take questions.
When you mentioned 130,000 Jews still in Russia, which seems like such a small amount, are they primarily concentrated around Moscow, or where?
Yes, you're absolutely right. The largest communities are in Moscow and St. Petersburg, and then basically there's a kind of correlation between the size of a provincial capital and the local community. And then, of course, the distinction probably should be made between sort of core communities, which at the moment are all centered around shuls that are run by Chabad Lubavitch, and the vast majority of the rabbis there are shluchim, or several still original, but others like next generation of the emissaries of the Lubavitch Rebbe. And so kind of the core communities are all on the inner orbits of those Chabad Lubavitch rabbis and sort of groups of Chabadniks. But then, of course, they're sort of outer orbits and outer orbits. And as I mentioned before, the paradox of this is that at the moment there is this active discovery, quote unquote, of Jewish roots, which had probably been there, but people probably would not have embraced them. Sort of anecdotally, I was talking with a publisher I know in Moscow who now discovered that he had a Jewish grandmother, and I said, well, look, you know, you're Jewish now, you can emigrate to Israel, and you said, well, look, what kind of Jew I am? I don't know anything about it.
We'll take them. Other questions? Yes.
Hi, Stevie Sabrizi, fellow writer and I guess book award winner now.
Wonderful to see you.
Thank you. Won a chapbook contest from
Oh,
the Aussie
great.
Journal last year.
That's
chapbook
fabulous.
just came out. Still kind of quelling about it. And I also found out recently that my mother's side of the family emigrated from Volodymyr.
Wow.
Present-day Ukraine. So. And also, you mentioned solidarity, and as a solidarity unionist myself, for a lot of reasons, I've been very interested in the topic of the refusnik
Right.
and Soviet Jewry, about which you discussed. So my question, as a poet, you'll have to forgive me, I'm going to try not to let this meander too much, but you sort of began definitionally by talking about kind of the etymology of refusnik. I love etymology, so this is like, but okay, so you've got what is a refusnik, and then you've got what is a dissident, and then you said, of course, there are people who are both, and as somebody who, I suppose, in a manner of speaking, I would consider myself as sort of both, as somebody who has, well, just tried to go to Canada or Italy and struggled with documentation because I changed my legal name recently. Blah, 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 blah. Point is, I wonder how you would respond to the notion that simply by defining these two types of people, it's like essentially two different types, two different sorts, and then kind of placing it in a Venn diagram, like this is a refusnik, this is a dissident. I find it a little bit confusing to pin down like what sort of person does call themselves both, and because as you sort of pointed to, it's seldom our choice in the context of an oppressive state whether we can stay or leave because the bureaucracy will bog.
Right. No, I understand.
Does that make sense as a question?
Of course, of course. So I think it's an answerable question, but just remember, when we transfer these terms from the Soviet context into other contexts, I think we should proceed with a lot of caution, because unless you're living in a completely repressive regime which specifically restricts immigration, the meaning of refusnikdom really is never the same, and furthermore, which restricts it in such a way that certain groups find themselves under attack, disenfranchised and ghettoized. So I am aware that the term refusnik travels, and in fact, I have seen people in the West using it. I think there is, and I'm not saying you do this, but there's a slight self-congratulatory aspect to that. I think there are probably other terms that work very well, such as activists. Now, again, remember, this is a very large community we're talking about if, let's say, at any given point, there are 20,000 refuseniks in the Soviet Union. Obviously, not all of them are leaders and activists. Not all of them demonstrate. Many of them just try to survive, to protect their children, to earn a living where they can't find professional employment. Where there is interplay is when refuseniks become activists, and they temporarily have shared goals with dissident activists for whom the purpose of their work is to change the country, to change it through various means, peaceful or sometimes less than peaceful, right? So it would be, and I guess it's an imperfect analogy, but just think of this. When, say, Heschel marches with Dr. King, right hand in hand, of course he is there because he is 100% on board with civil rights, with fighting racism. But at the same time, there are many interests that they do not share. And is the alliance temporary or is it permanent? I hope you understand my point. There are, of course, differences, but I think there are also huge distinctions between a community like refuseniks, which is marked by a prevalent Jewishness and by a desire to live a full Jewish life, and a wide cross-section. Dissidents included Ukrainian nationalists, for instance, who wanted to have Ukrainian independence. They had very little interest in Jewish matters, and yet they sided with Jewish refuseniks. Or, I write about it in the book, there was strange temporary concord between the ethnic Germans and Jews in the Soviet Union, because the ethnic Germans from Central Asia, originally from Volga, then they were later exiled, they shared the one thing, which is that these were communities that were trying to return to the places of origin. The Volga Germans to Germany, which embraced them, and the Jews to Israel. So I think it's a great question.
We have one more question, and I'm going to exercise chair's prerogative to ask the final question here.
Oh my God, let's have two, Larry,
So,
please.
all right, Denise, we have our other panel.
Refuseniks win.
Can you address briefly what impact on the Jewish community the recent resignation and leaving of Russia the chief rabbi of Moscow had?
It's a very interesting question. It so happens that I'm in the middle of writing a very complex piece which deals with that and the choices of Jewish religious leaders in Russia and Ukraine. So this is very much on my mind. I think it's a big loss. I think that it's a very symbolic departure, but I also think that while I completely understand Rav Goldschmidt's decision, it also brings up various specters in Jewish history, some of which going back to World War II and the Holocaust, like the story of the Satmar Rabbi. So it's a mixed story. Let's leave it at that.
Maxime, I'd like to bring this a little closer to home, and this could be a whole other hour at another time. But in a couple of minutes, can you tell us what happens on the other side of the Atlantic when you come here, as we come a little closer to where we are here? If you could just give us the 2-minute preview on that, and maybe that will be the 2-minute preview for another...
As in, what happens to the former refuseniks?
For you and your family.
Well, so we left in early June 1987, and my parents' courage was the main reason we were allowed to leave. And after a summer in Austria and mainly in Italy, we landed at JFK and then came to Providence, Rhode Island, where the community was very, very welcoming of my parents. And I actually was able to transfer to Brown, where I studied, did a whole new major. My parents lived in Providence and were both affiliated with Brown for almost 20 years. And it's through Providence I also met my wife, Karen. So in that sense, it's a very happy story. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you so much for having me.
As Maxime was talking about Natan Sharansky crossing over the zigzag pattern from East Berlin to West Berlin, and we heard these other stories, I was thinking Rabbi Jen of Mi Chamocha, and this is the story of freedom. So thank you for explaining There are so many stories of freedom, and thank you for sharing
Thanks so
yours
much.
with us today.
Thank you.
We loved having you back.
Thank you.
It's now my pleasure to turn this over to Rabbi Jen.
Thanks again, Maxine,
Thank you.
and thank you, Larry. We're going to take about 5 minutes for y'all to stretch your legs, have a bio break, that is, use the restroom, and then we'll reconvene at 2:35 for our panel with Josh Zakum and Malcolm Cawthorn. All righty, everybody. We are going to go ahead and get started in another minute. So if you'd like to, I hate to interrupt the schmoozing. We're going to go ahead and get started with our 2:30 panel.
Can we get everybody's attention?
So we've got a couple of folks getting coffee. Okay. Fantastic. Those were for, I think those were for Brookline Day. Yeah, and we were out doing some meet and greets out in the community. Well, hello everybody. Shabbat Shalom. Love the energy. So glad you're with us, even at 2:30 in the afternoon after what has been a very full day of being together, of learning, of listening, and celebrating our community's history and so many different issues and topics that have intersected with those in our community over the course of our collective existence. Again, if we haven't met, my name is Rabbi Jen Queen. I am honored to be the assistant rabbi here at Temple Ohavei Shalom. And I'm thrilled to be here with Malcolm Cawthorn and Josh Zakem to talk about, I believe the title of this is Black and Jewish Communal Relations from Brookline and beyond. Got to get that alliteration in there. And I will start by introducing these two gentlemen who are joining me on the bima. So Malcolm Cawthorn is a self-described townie, and rumor has it, the coolest teacher at Brookline High School. And Malcolm moved to Brookline in 1973, graduated from the Florida Ruffin Ridley School in '84, and from Brookline High School in '88, the first of 5 Cawthorns to do so. He's been a teacher since 1993 and began his tenure teaching social studies at Brookline High in 1998. And now also serves as the Metropolitan Council for Educational Opportunity, or METCO director for the public schools of Brookline, and has served on numerous local committees and boards, including the Brookline Historical Society, the Brookline MLK Celebration Committee, the Commission for Diversity, to just name a few, all working to expand opportunities for equity, diversity, and inclusion, both for Brookline's young people and for people of all ages. Malcolm has always seen education as a transformative profession where being a Black man in front of school-age children could create opportunities and security that he never experienced. Malcolm not only works in Brookline, he currently lives in town and has raised a family there. He lives with his wife, Lori, and daughter, Nia, and has a daughter, Mariah, son-in-law, William, and granddaughter, Ryan, who live in Indianapolis. Welcome, Malcolm. And Josh is the executive director of Housing Forward, a collaborative nonprofit dedicated to providing accurate information on and opportunities for housing, zoning, equity, and much more for everyone in the Boston area. Josh began his career in 2010 at Greater Boston Legal Services, where he represented working families facing the loss of their homes to foreclosure at the hands of predatory lenders. And before running for office, Josh worked in public finance, focusing his practice on municipal bonds transactions for clients such as the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Massport, and the MBTA. In 2013, Josh was elected to the Boston City Council, representing District 8, that's Fenway, Kenmore Square, Back Bay, Beacon Hill, Mission Hill, and the West End. And during his tenure, chaired the Committee on Housing and Community Development, the Committee on Civil Rights, and the Special Committee on Transportation, Infrastructure, Planning, and Investment, and worked to enact legislation to address numerous issues, including housing, transportation, small business growth, civil rights, and fiscal policy. After 6 productive years on the City Council, Josh chose not to seek re-election for a 4th term, leaving office in January 2020. And you now, Josh, live in Boston with his wife, Grace, and his son, Leo. You can find much, much more about these two incredible folks. We have their full bios, I believe, in our materials for today. But just wanted to give you a taste of their backgrounds and all of their accomplishments and the ways that they have contributed to this community. So I'd like to start by zooming in, if you will, to hear a little bit more about how each of your early lives, your family experiences, your upbringing, even your spiritual lives and upbringing shaped you and pointed you toward and prepared you for the work that you have done up to now. Rock, paper, scissors. I don't know.
We'll start this way and then we'll
Fabulous.
rotate back. Well, thank you, Rabbi. I also have to add, I think that bio is at least 4 months out of date because I have a 4-month-old daughter now.
Oh, Mazel Tov. Oh, my God.
It's just one of the reasons I may be a little slow this morning. She was up all night.
Please apologize to her on my behalf.
But to answer your question, certainly growing up in a household where my father was director of the Anti-Defamation League and very much focused on, relationships between all sorts of diverse communities, whether it was the black community and the Jewish community, the Irish American community, the Jewish community, and others, was certainly a cornerstone of my upbringing. We had faith leaders of all backgrounds at our home on Fridays for Shabbat was fairly regular. We would go to their places of worship, whether it be churches or other synagogues than our home synagogue, which was at Temple Emmanuel in Newton. And I was really, at the time I just thought this was what everyone would do on a Friday night or a Sunday morning. But it certainly made an impact, I think, on me and my sisters growing up, and both in that being sort of part of our social family fabric, but also seeing the impact that had, I think, on the work. And something as a city councilor in Boston, representing some of our most diverse neighborhoods, or rather the most diverse district in the city of Boston, was really important. Having those relationships, building familiarity, building coalitions to go to work towards shared goals, I think was critical to my success there, and I think is incredibly important for anyone who's working in public policy these days. But certainly that background from my youngest time, to the present was really important. I'm certainly grateful for both my father and my mother for parenting us in that way.
For sure. Thank you so much.
So it's interesting to be here. I don't think I've been in this room since I was a kid, and so it's really interesting to be here. And part of that is my stories are my parents were both educators, but also really involved in civil rights activism. I really knew that. And then there's things I learned later. So, I remember us trying to move the Brookline and going to see places and things like that. But it was also really funny. I found out later, in the early 70s, there was a lot of resistance to that. And it was Mrs. Abrams who kind of put her foot down and said, if you don't help these people find a place, you're all fired. And 6 degrees of separation. Her son would be my 9th grade basketball coach at Brookline High, and so that was really sort of, I think about my entry into Brookline. And in thinking about that in terms of being an educator, but also building community and building communities across cultures, races, religions, and ideas. I actually was not raised in any organized religion. That was really the work of my parents being a bit disgruntled with their upbringing with the church and it not being satisfying for them. And I have, 2 real memories about that. One speaks a little bit more to my work. The other speaks a little bit more to my childhood. I went to Ridley, which is not far from here, and I had so many friends who had to go to Hebrew school, and we used to have a large Catholic community. They used to have to go to, CCD, is what they called it. I remember asking my parents, why don't I have to go? And they said, do you want to go? And I said, well, no, they all look miserable. And they were like, well, then you don't have to go. And I was like, well, great, I can play with the ball. But I think, with that, one of the real things I think, was really important, a lifelong friend, and, while he's moved to Vermont, it's been hard to track him. I'm still friends with his sister. Sasha Bluestone and I were in the same grade, and we lived down the street from each other. And, he was one of the few friends we could easily get to come over and play with our new Christmas gifts. And we would go over and light candles on menorah, and we would light and celebrate holidays with each other. And it was exactly what I foresee in my work, particularly with Mecca, like this idea of merging people and cultures to understand one another better. And I think how blessed I was to get that, by the age of 6. Just by being in the presence of Sasha Bluestone's house and him being able to be in our house. And so I think about that a lot. I think about that like to the core of my work, particularly now, but even as a history teacher, how much that story actually fits into a history in the United States of Jews and black folks working in tandem to help one another for a better world, and certainly a better United States. And so I think, I think my story is really special, and I also know it fits into a bigger story. And so, I often think about that when I think about my work, particularly in Brookline, as well as particularly now with Mecca.
Yeah, absolutely. You've both talked about, your family connections and the role of relationships in, what shaped you as individuals and what brought you to your present work. Kind of thinking about the topic and the thrust of this panel, thinking about bringing together and finding opportunities for, collaboration, for support, for relationship building between, Black and Jewish communities, looking back toward our collective past, not just in this particular neighborhood or in Massachusetts or, but really across the country, historically in many cities, including Boston, Black and Jewish communities have often occupied the same neighborhoods, not at the same time. So how might we explore this history and tell these stories in a way that does justice to both and all communities involved, as a way to show that our pasts as well as our futures are bound up with one another?
I can go. I think a lot of times it's actually just sharing that history helps a lot. I think a lot of times we kind of look at our current existence as sort of permanent and static, and that's what it is. And I'll just say, as a history teacher, it's never that. And but also we tend to think of our current as like our historic reality. And the reality is that when you share those stories, it allows people who are currently occupying that space, as well as those who are younger, to think about what other spaces to occupy and be helpful and be good community members. Mm-hmm. And I think, there's so much to, particularly Black and Jewish stories around being prevented to be in spaces where they overcome it, but then also so much to a relationship of bringing the other in. Right, and you can, there's a lot of famous neighborhoods you can look at that have been like that, whether it's Harlem, whether it's Mattapan, there's a lot of places like that. And so I think, we need to start sharing those stories in very real time and continue to share them, continue to push them. Don't think one generation is enough, and I think we'll be good.
I want to add on to my question to see, if either of you has a specific example where you've seen that story sharing and relationship building be really effective. But in the meantime, if you...
Well, I would say, one, I think the premise of the question is, and talking about the shared spaces, the same spaces and geographies that the Black community and the Jewish community and many other communities have occupied over time, I think underscores sort of the shared interests and the fact that, for the purpose of this conversation, although there are many others, the Black community in this country and the Jewish community in this country have often been the other, have often been, pushed to the side, excluded from spaces, and, that often I think gets lost in the conversation. But talking about our need, quite frankly, I think, and the importance of working together and saying, you know, we have the same goals, we have the same opportunities, and I'll go to answer, well, to try to answer the second part of your question about examples is, you know, in a lot of the work I do now at Housing Forward, talking about zoning reform, regulatory reform, and allowing more housing to be produced at all income levels for people to live in community, whether it's Brookline, whether it's Newton, Boston, wherever. You know, a big part of that fight around zoning and exclusionary housing is based on the desire over centuries, decades, to keep out Jewish people, to keep out black people, to keep out Irish immigrants, Italian immigrants, and it's many of the same neighborhoods that were occupied and maybe not formally ghettoized, but in many ways said, this is where this community is going to be allowed to live, and that would last for a generation or two or three, and in some cases is still ongoing. But, and I don't want to pontificate too much about zoning reform because that is my day job right now, but I will say it's no coincidence that so much of single family or what's called exclusionary zoning started popping up right after the US Supreme Court outlawed racial covenants in housing. And we see that impact, although I will be generous and say maybe it's not the intent to this day.
Can you say a little bit more about what that is?
Sure.
In case people don't know.
Sorry. So sort of zoning and land use saying you can only build a single family home on a 1 acre lot, for example. Now, Brookline's much denser than that, but you know, even just in greater Boston and Newton, Wellesley, places like that, land is scarce, costs are high, and that serves to keep a large proportion of the population out. And that's overwhelmingly the demographics, obviously lower income folks, people of color, new immigrants, who aren't going to have access to Brookline public schools, things like that. So you asked me to go on a little bit, so I will try not to go on too much about that. But again, it goes back to the shared, I think, needs and the need to collaborate and build coalition together, because in a society where whether you're Jewish or you're black, you can be the other, making sure that we have strong civil rights protections and opportunity serves both communities, and you don't get there without working together, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think some of the struggle is, you know, kind of finding it, because it usually unearths as things are changing, and so I think you know, so I think one of the real difficult pieces of like having all those stories is, again, as communities change, you know, you don't have the continuous knowledge of somebody holding on to those stories and then sharing them. And I think, you know, it's one of those things that I think happens in history a lot. I don't think it's distinct to this, but I think when we don't record and then share, and sometimes as things change, we don't actually, we're not cognizant of it to be proud of it, you know, it gets lost. And so I think, you know, it's one of those things I'm always trying to tell my students, remember and record it. Like, and for them, that's actually really hard because, you know, they can record anything. They can pull out their phone and just record it. But I'm trying to say, no, like record it to keep it, not to like put on social media. Like record it to hold on, because it doesn't take that long to forget. And that's what I think happens. So you know, when you ask me that story, I think of, you know, a few things. And I'm not sure if it was this one or not, but I know like W.E. Du Bois spoke at least 2 different temples within Brookline, and I wish Ken Liss was still here, because he would just tell me, like, oh, it was, you know, he's just, I know he's here this morning, he's just brilliant like that, he could just recall really quick. But like, you know, those are things like, you know, that would be really cherishing in this moment, to be like, wow, we had like, you know, some would argue one of the greatest American scholars, and he came and spoke at temples, you know, and so yeah, I think, you know, that documentation and then just the continuance is something I think, you know, we really have to work on, so that we always have those stories to share.
Absolutely. Thank you both. So we've looked back, and now I want to look at our present moment and towards the future. You know, at this point in history, looking back on what's been shared between Black and Jewish communities, and also acknowledging the reality that these identities are not necessarily mutually exclusive. There are many folks who fall in the middle of the Venn diagram of Black and Jewish, so you know that they're not separate, and yet these folks they carry with them both, you know, their Jewish history and their Black history, and have totally different experiences than either. You know, I wonder, to your minds, what are the most significant challenges and opportunities in relationship building between Black and Jewish communities, both here in Brookline, in Boston, and largely, you know, in this country and in this world? And specifically, what can we, as members of Temple Ohavei Shalom, lovers of peace, but also lovers of justice, you know, many of us connect to Judaism through our desire to repair the world. What can we do to authentically and meaningfully show up in that work?
Go back to, you know, what I think is going to be somewhat of a mantra for me through this conversation is it's familiarity, relationship building on a personal level. It is very easy to divide groups of people from afar through demagoguery, rhetoric. I mean, you know, what most recently, you know, we've heard from, you know, despite all the background noise and the politics and the attacks on both of our communities, but also pitting Jewish community and Black community against each other. Most recently with the Kanye West or Ye or whatever the proper name is right now, but it's not new by any means. And you know what's relatively new, I think, is you know corporations and individuals, including individuals who were associated with him, speaking out against him. And I think that's important and it's powerful, but it also shows that if you know you're sitting idly by, it is still very easy for everyone to retreat to their respective corners and to say, oh, it's those people, I don't want anything to do with them, that's what they think of me, this is what I'm going to think of them, and that's it. But the only way to get beyond that is to have relationships on a personal level. I mean, my father often would talk about when he was growing up as one of the only Jewish kids at his high school, that he would, you know, be talking to his friends, and they say, you're not like the other Jews. And he would always say, well, how many do you know? You're the only one. And
you're so normal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, there are no horns. I mean, it was things on that level, and that was in the 60s and the 70s. And I do think, particularly when many of us are in our own echo chamber, whether it's who you live with in your neighborhood, who you associate with, I think particularly when so much now is done remotely, those interactions are not occurring as much. And social media, I can blame for many ills of the world, but I will add it here. People, you know, you're suggested to follow or learn about, you know, folks that already agree with you. And that really takes away from some of that organic opportunity to make those relationships. And it's one thing that I think I'm incredibly grateful for, certainly for my parents on setting sort of that path of being with folks from other communities, but the opportunities I had when I was in public office across the state, across the city of Boston, to meet with and work with and build relationships with people of all backgrounds. And it's easy to say. It's a lot harder to do in practice because there are differences. Right. And there are going to be conflicts, particularly when we're talking about in the political realm, but even in the personal. But I do honestly believe that is, you know, the only way you can get around that. It is just so easy for someone to say, whether it's on cable news or on Twitter or whatever, to generalize about a group and point to 2 or 3 examples, and it's like, oh, that makes sense. I'm going to believe that now. We really have to build those relationships. I think this sort of gathering and conversation is important, obviously, but it's a lot of work, and it doesn't end. You know, you think it's sort of a good place, and something terrible happens. So you know, I think that's most critical. It's having those personal relationships, so you can also say when you hear those things, when you hear those attacks, you're like, actually, I think you might be wrong about that.
Absolutely, thank you.
Yeah, no, and I was just thinking of something in relation to Kanye, but also, when that stuff happens, that immediately gets absorbed by the people who actually hate both of us, and sometimes you would think hate all of us. Like immediately after Kanye said something that he said, then you saw white supremacist protesters saying Kanye was right. Like you saw that within days. And then they absorbed it, and then, the black guy said that. You know what I mean? And so, it's something we have to really be careful. And Kyrie Irving tweeted something in support of, he didn't actually tweet something that was anti-Semitic, he tweeted his support for something that was anti-Semitic. And so, and to me, that is a real American story. That groups have been discriminated against and marginalized against are actually pitted to compete with each other to gain equality, oftentimes. And so, the difficulty is in the moment realizing you're not actually destroying or being destructive to the other, you're destructive to many. And I think that's hard, right? I think it's hard when we think about all the things, that we actually can feel standing in our way and not acknowledging what the real issues are that are standing in our way. And so, and to realize hate hurts, and it's not an oppression Olympics. It's not worse for the other, it's all horrible. I think the good, besides things like this, is that, I'm thinking a little bit about Dr. King. One of the things he did really well is he sort of reached to the notion of the goodness in people. And I think the thing I felt a lot of success in Brookline is sort of pushing on the fact that people in Brookline want to believe they're good people. They don't want to be seen as on that side, or it's horrific when what Kanye said, and those people who then and say, okay, so what are you doing? What? Come to this, come to something else, host something. And just that little exchange can go a really long way. And thinking about how to broaden. I mean, I told that story about Sasha Bluestone, and so I'd love to tell you that was a real conscious thing. We were little boys, we were kids, and we enjoyed our time together. And so we ended up getting this beautiful cultural exchange. I wish I could tell you I was so enlightened as a first grader. But those opportunities are there even as an adult, right? I've been invited to seders, and I've been invited to all kinds of things, and those are super important. And it's important for me and my kids to make sure we're not just taking in the exchange, we're also a part of the exchange, right? And so, we used to invite a lot of our white friends to come. The college I went to has a huge football game, and I went to a historically black college. So it's no, come see what this is like. and so many of my white Jewish friends, it was a good time, right? So making sure that cultural exchange is never just one way, and realizing that we actually have a lot of opportunities for those.
Absolutely. Thank you both so much. So we are going to open it up to questions. First of all, I would like to know if either of you have questions for each other. Put you on the spot.
I might dominate the time. Well, I just, I think so much about housing through history, right? As opposed to at least what I'm gleaning from Josh is so much through legality. And so I definitely have loads of questions, but I think I'm going to actually hold those in because we could be here for a long time.
We can chat offline anytime.
To be continued. Yeah. Absolutely, I love that. Great, so we will open it to questions. I saw Mindy, and then Rachel, and then Sid, and I. Can I borrow? Thank you. Oh, yep. I thought it was attached to me. Oh, no. It's supposed to be. Thank you, thank you. All right.
Malcolm, I'm interested, having been a student at Brookline High, now a teacher at Brookline High, what's tangibly different about the population of kids today? Where can we, in terms of this issue around diversity, and what is positive and we can be hopeful about, and what isn't positive and we have to worry about?
So I want to be really clear. I've been in Brooklyn Public Schools for a long, but I've been really high school specific in my adult life. So, now as MECA director, I'm getting to learn elementary schools, which is lovely, and but I don't know those. But I think one of the things I think we have to concede is how we look and identify race, as well as how we perceive and feel racism, is a consistently changing thing. So what we might deem or feel as reality versus actual racism or anti-Semitism in a different era no longer is true, right? Or even, I think the other way, what we would deem as saying okay is no longer true. And so I think, we have to always be aware of that and help kids find their way through it, as well as give them some space to find their way through it. I'll use a couple examples that I think have been really good. So Brookline High has a day on race. And it's dedicated to that, for people to talk about that. And there's criticisms that I understand, but I am a big believer in it. And there's been times where students from the Jewish community have felt they should be involved in that day. And then there's other times, in particular last year, where they felt they needed their own day, right? And I felt particularly in the political realm and social realm in 2021, I was absolutely right that I think, Jewish kids needed to separate and talk about things distinct to anti-Semitism and other things that they were dealing with, and particularly along, the diversity of the faith between Orthodoxy and Reform and all, they really needed that space. And I was really happy Brookline High gave them the space, because we could have said no, get on the race day. And I only say that because part of that is the changing of all the things connected to Judaism, right? Jews have been persecuted by race. They've also been persecuted by religion. And I used to look in my classrooms and the beautiful diversity of Brookline High, and I was like, every single one of you could be Jewish, right? It isn't purely by how I look at you that determines it, even though our country has kind of said that. And so that's actually confusing for children, right? And so giving them that space to really think about what that means for them, and what that means for their identity, and things like that. And then I think just lastly, the thing I always kind of come to, I get a lot of questions about, kids today, and I actually don't think they're really that different. A lot of my friends are like, oh, I was like, dude, if you had those gadgets when you were 16, I know you'd have been using them. I was like, come on, we were throwing crumpled paper across the room to talk notes. Are you telling me you wouldn't have texted or snapped or whatever? Give me a break. You would have done it. And so I think in that way, they're still curious, ready to be formed, looking for guidance, young people who really still want us to help them see, but like most teenagers, never to be told what to see. And so, I think in that way, when I think about the great teachers I had at Brookline High School, the ones I really love to remember, they really didn't tell me a whole lot. They're like, oh, you should read this, and I kind of groan, and, kind of like my parents used to send me to the dusty encyclopedias, and it's well, now I tell kids, I'm like, look it up. You got a freaking computer in your pocket. Look it up. You'll find it. Get this picture, and then let's talk. And they actually will do that. And sometimes they groan, just like I did to get the dusty encyclopedias. But I'm like, you can't. You have Google on your phone. Look at it, and let's talk. and then we started talking, and they actually really like it. So I think like we have to remember that they're kids. In a lot of ways, those wants and needs are the same, and we live in a really different world that we have to help them navigate. And we can't tell them we did it because we didn't really do it like they did. Again, I didn't have a computer in my pocket when I was navigating high school. I wasn't trying to date where I could go search this person and look at all this stuff. I just didn't have that. And so I think we have to concede those differences as well as acknowledge, they're still 16.
Hello. Thank you very much for this enlightening conversation. My mind is like racing as a parent of teeny-ish children, not quite in high school, and a business owner who really focuses on tikkun olam, for lack of a better way to explain it. But I think the Kanye topic is really interesting and hot right now. And one of my friends pointed out to me that Kanye has been very racist against black people historically, and how come it took him to make these outwardly anti-Semitic comments for Adidas and for all these companies to drop him. And I don't really know what my question is, but it's more like I'm interested to hear your thoughts on that, and I guess how, from either of you, what we're doing wrong. How do we work on this as a people?
I'll give a brief shot at it. I think when you say how we're doing wrong, I think, quite frankly, the public reaction to his most recent comments was correct, at least from those who did speak up, aside from the Nazis who used that, for their own purposes. But to the other question, of why it took anti-Semitism versus his anti-black, it's racism to result in this is quite frankly, I think whatever someone's background, broader society is often giving people a bit of a pass when they're criticizing their own community, or not even criticizing, when they're attacking their own community, and whether that is right or wrong probably bears some closer examining from all of us. But I also think in sort of today's sort of media environment, the computers in our pockets and the social media, it's also sort of celebrated by some segment of the public. And they're saying, it's like, oh, I can't say that, but because one of them, whether it's a Jew who's being anti-Semitic, whether it's a black person who's being racist, whatever, like, oh, they said it, and now I can sort of retweet that or second that and feel like I'm not being bad. To Malcolm's point about people not wanting to feel like they're doing the wrong thing, I think in some ways that gives folks a pass, and that may be why we see those different results. But it's certainly something that I think bears a little more examining, which I don't know I can do right now, but a great question.
Well, Barack Obama had said something about this the other day. I know we do, so I'm not trying to not acknowledge that, I guess, but it's weird we're listening to Kanye anyway. Sure, at one point he made some good music and but it's like, what made this guy the social critic? And Barack Obama's was more about actually politically endorsing people who are really celebrities and have no political background. But I don't want to disengage in what you're asking, because I think is really important. But I think, it's always a bit of a uncertainty in terms of what will sort of meet a threshold. And so sometimes for celebrities, it's volume, right? So you can get away with something here, you can get away with something here, and then it's like the third one, it's like, gosh, we gotta cut ties with this person. And sometimes it's how egregious it is, right? And so I think for Kanye, some of what Josh is saying is true. Like him wearing shirts that say White Lives Matter, you can almost kind of treat him as like a clown and like, oh, whatever. I mean, and let's not forget, I mean, this is a guy who stood up, I forget what it was exactly. I think it was the Hurricane Katrina thing, and he said, George Bush doesn't care about black people, right? And so that just, I think when you put all those together, it makes you wonder why anybody would listen to Kanye, and we know they listen to him, right? Right? Like, if you put all those together, right, like, he went from George Bush doesn't care about black people to, like, White Lives Matter and, like, literally, like, kissing, Donald Trump's hand to then this anti-Semitic. And so I think for Kanye, it's hard to even tell what is the threshold, like, and maybe it is sort of, the inconsistency of working with someone like Kanye. Like, you never know what he's gonna do, right? But I think there are those things, and so like, and I think just to turn it, I think the same thing comes with like openness and empathy. Sort of Josh talked about his dad and saying, oh, you're not like an angel, and like, how many do you actually know? Like, we know for a lot of the politicians who were against same-sex marriage, the thing that changed them most was when they realized somebody close or a relative was actually in same-sex relationships, right? And so I think, it might have just struck a chord. This might have just been the time, you know what I mean, where we finally were like, there's been so much anti-Semitic stuff that's been happening, and he said it, and like, we got to drop it. But I think your point should be really well taken, that we really could have done that before. We really could have seen that before, and did not. It's also why I don't really believe in cancel culture. These guys never die. They just keep, like, I'm going to look up and he's going to be a billionaire again. Like, you know what I mean? Like, something will happen. I mean, he ran a GoFundMe and got like $3 million for who knows what. So like, but I think his threshold just hit, and all those sponsors and everybody were like, yeah, we gotta get out of bed with this guy.
My name is Saul Feldman, and I've recently been appointed to the zoning board in Brookline, so I have a personal interest in this. And my strong feeling is that we need to be able to build mid-rise buildings much more easily in Brookline. And I'm just wondering what each of you think about it, and what's the best way to go about it? Do we need to rezone? Do we need to get rid of the NIMBY, not in my backyard attitude? There's a critical need for housing. For example, right in back of me where we live, on Fuller Street, there are 2 luxury condominiums. A rooming house is being converted into 2 luxury condominiums. That's great for the developer who's going to sell and make a lot of money from that. But to me, given the critical housing shortage in Brookline, it's a no-brainer. What we need is 4 units there, not 2 units there. So I was just wondering if you could just comment on that.
Well, I'd love to re-record that and put it on my organization's website. You're on the money. It goes to zoning and writing the zoning, that there's predictability, and something that I think is, let me go back, zoom out a little bit, is, when we're talking here, I think about diverse communities, people coming together, social justice, that access to opportunity, and allowing more housing in a community like Brookline, where you have a great, strong public education system, where you have opportunity for young people, for students to live here, that should not be shut out to people who don't have $1 or $2 million to buy a home or to pay extravagant rent ad infinitum. So it does come down to zoning and planning. And there's very simple ways to do it, overlays, whether you're looking for affordable, whether you're just looking for more housing, particularly around transit corridors, which Brookline is blessed to have a lot of mass transit. Whatever you want to think about the MBTA, it is sadly still one of the better mass transit systems in this country, and we need to take advantage of it. When we talk about climate change, when we talk about economic development, we talk about equality, having denser housing in communities like this is incredibly important. particularly for the climate as well. But it's allowing that. You know, when people talk about affordable housing, people often think about a high-rise, housing project that you would have seen in, police movie from the 80s and the 90s, and it's terrible. And what I often try to remind people of is there's uppercase A, affordable housing, which is, sort of your subsidized housing, your housing authority housing. There's also the lowercase a, which in many instances is what you talked about. If there were 4 units there instead of 2, you're not going to get low-income affordable housing there. But if one of those units is going to cost someone $700,000 instead of $1.5 million, that opens up a huge opportunity for people to be here. And that's really what our organization, and I try not to pitch my organization here, is working on. It's that common sense zoning reform, is that we do have a housing shortage in Massachusetts. Despite our terrible weather, people want to come here and be here, and that's great. And that is what fuels our economic growth. That's what creates all this opportunity here. But it's not a self-fulfilling prophecy. We do have to increase that as communities like Brookline, Newton, Norwood, Dedham, Wellesley really need to do that. And it's not about high rises, like you said, mid-rise, a couple stories, particularly along transit, and still with your community input. I like to, no fan of the not in my backyard attitude, but absolutely having community input on something without an absolute veto is important. I'll just say one more thing before I stop, because you asked the question I could talk for the next hour about, is there have been some really good peer-reviewed studies on who participates in public meetings and the zoning process. Actually, a professor out of BU is, I think, the national leader on this. And you look at the numbers. It's overwhelmingly whiter, wealthier, and older people from the community who participate in these processes, and overwhelmingly the attitude is against new housing. Now, our organization participated in a poll about a year ago, and a couple of the questions I'll share with you were, do you think we need more housing in the community? It's like 75% said yes. Do you want more housing in your neighborhood specifically? The numbers were still high 60s. So then they said, have you attended a community meeting around housing or development in the last year? That went down to 21%. And the overlap between that 21%, though, and the 25% who were opposed to new housing was almost uniform. So it's not, when we talk about public process and public input in zoning and development decisions, you're getting a self-selected segment of the public, and I'm way off topic now of this conversation, but I think those questions are really important. I would encourage you, I'm happy to chat with you further about this and how we can be helpful, because it goes to the core, though, of this conversation about social justice, about building community and bringing folks together.
Actually, I think you're right on, Josh. I mean, I actually had a coffee with a former student who was asking, like, why isn't Brookline a part of Boston? And a lot of that is the history you're talking about, and it's hard to teach a 21st century child that, like, how important clean water is, because that's one of the main reasons Brookline is able to stay out in the 1800s. But also, at that same time, we're the first to have racial covenants in the country. I mean, that's quoted in a book, The Color of Law. We're the first to do that. And so if you look, there used to be a New York Times thing where you could put in your town and it would talk about where redlining was. What's so interesting about Brookline is because we had racial covenants and we didn't let black, at that time we're not really talking about Latinx and Hispanic or even AAPI folks to this side of the country. And so what it really did is it limited where Irish, who mostly went into what we used to call Whiskey Point, if you've been in Brookline for a long time, on that side. And so you hear of Irish immigrants moving, because that was the red line. And then in North Brookline, it was Jews. You look at, like, the construction of temples in Brookline and where they first came up. It's in North Brookline. That's because we redlined it that way. And so, I think, like, all those pieces, when you put them together, then it's like, oh my gosh. And I would say, I guarantee the folks don't know that on, the zoning committee. And part of that is the nature of Brookline. Brookline has always been a, not transient, but you know, a fluid community. You know, I always tell my kids every April, look for the for sale signs. Those are the families who sucked it up, paid, their kids are through school. Yep, I don't got to be here anymore. I can live somewhere else. And I also try to remind folks, like, when I first moved to Brookline, a lot of police officers could afford to live in Brookline and even have like a second house on the Cape. And those days are gone. Most of my friends who had parents on the firefighters, they could live in Brookline. You know, when my parents moved here, my father was a teacher and my mother was, my mother had 2 boys and was going to have another. She stayed at home. And we could live here off my father's teacher salary. And so, and we were a pretty good community. I think like we could, we could do this if we wanted to. There's a really strong feeling of like not having those stories, not knowing those stories, and then not wanting to. So
I think we have time for one more question. Great. I saw his hand first, sorry. Sorry.
Hi. By the way, your discussion has been very, very good. It sort of convinces me, in a way, that Brookline, no matter what its difficulties are, is doing a good job. I also believe that Boston, no matter what its difficulties is far behind Boston, far behind Brookline, but is still trying to do a good job. We've had a long line of good mayors, and they've tried very much to advance the city, and I think the city has been advanced. What worries me is not so much Brookline and Boston, but beyond, which is, I look at the advertising on television from New Hampshire of the Republicans versus the Democrats. It's horrifying. I look at the public sites that people can give their opinions on, and it's quite often horrifying. So I think the subject of today's discussion was Brookline and beyond. I think we've done a real good job of talking about Brookline. Haven't really talked about beyond much, and we're running out of time. But I'd like to hear what your feelings are in at least a few words. Thank you.
So I understand your question. I think I'm having a little trouble with the term "good." I think. No. I think I understand what you mean, but I think what I want to push back upon is like, when I was talking about those thresholds, for some people I know in this town, they would tell you Brookline is the most racist town in America because white people claim to be liberal and they'll look you in the face and smile and then will make those same zoning laws the person was talking about behind. And while I personally don't agree with that, I actually understand. Like they have a different threshold than I do around race and racism and other things. And I think it's important we understand that. And I think particularly, I see those same ads. I watch local news, national news, I get a headache. I watch local news and I see those ads coming through from particularly New Hampshire in this election cycle, which they always do. And so I think, I think the biggest thing I glean is something Josh said as well as what we know. Like the farther you get away from Boston and other things, the less racial diversity you get, which leaves you only with political diversity and sometimes some religious diversity, right? While I haven't looked, I would guess New Hampshire does not have a large, thriving Jewish population. I don't know that for sure. but I would guess, particularly outside of its cities, I would guess. And so that just leaves you, this sort of political dichotomy we're living in right now. And so I don't necessarily know that we have a good way to sort of penetrate that and move that, but I think what I would say the challenge is also then, how do you be that one, like Josh was talking about with your father, how do you be that one to kind of shift the narrative? And then how can you actually as an individual do that and be safe? Because that is, and even I would say, want to do that. Because some mornings I hear that stuff in the local news and I was like, it just means I'm not going to New Hampshire. Yeah, it's 45 minutes away, but I'm not going there. And so I think, but I think your point is well taken. And I have a daughter who lives in Indiana right now, and there's so much scary for me as a parent about that, right? She's pregnant with my second grandchild. They've already put in a really strict abortion thing. They put all this, and I think about how do I let my baby go to Indiana? Well, she is grown. I didn't ship her there. I think too, she's in Indianapolis where she doesn't feel all those thrusts, but she also knows once she leaves that city center, that diversity, and, she's a Brookline kid. She's been to quinceañeras, she's been to bar and bat mitzvahs, she's been to all these other things, and now she's in Indiana. You people don't do this stuff. So I think I think those realities are hard, and I think there's a struggle to do it, and I don't know. I wish I had a really good answer to move beyond. I do know some of her white friends are trying to do some of that work, and she has a really good friend that she does diversity work who's tried to move outside of Indiana into one of the suburbs and do diversity work, and she is getting whacked. She's a white, they made her take down her rainbow flag. They made her take down, it wasn't even Black Lives Matter. I forget what it was. It was sort of a black equality poster. And their response was put up a quote from Ronald Reagan, and that'll make the parents happy. These are those things that are happening. And so, I wish I had a good example and how to move it. And I often wonder whose responsibility is that sometimes?
I will say that Beyond is in a lot of trouble. And I laugh when I said that, but it's challenging. My consciousness of politics, certainly nationally, is relatively recent. I certainly, in my household, we would watch the news, pre-Fox News, around in the 80s and the 90s, with the first Bush election, the Clintons, et cetera. And, it's certainly been a progression nationally of nastiness. We thought we had some moderate or good times, or people were getting along and everything was great, and obviously that glossed over a lot of things that were happening that were terrible and divisive throughout, even those sort of good times period. But in this day and age, and seeing the same ads, and seeing actually a lot of that rhetoric, I do think Boston, Massachusetts is better than a lot of these other places. And I go back to what you said earlier about people here think of themselves as doing the right thing. While they may not always do the right thing, I do think we have a decent enough population, or maybe it's just peer pressure that says, you're not supposed to be racist, you're not supposed to be anti-Semitic. There's no reward for that here in the way when you look at some of the people running for office around the country, there is an actual reward for actively being racist in some of these campaigns. And I think that's a terrifying time for this country. I don't want to go too off the rails and into partisan politics, but there is. I will paraphrase something I was saying earlier to this. Is that I think is different about Massachusetts is that while we may have different approaches, from the right and the left, on solving a lot of our challenges, there's sort of a common goal, You know, you're not going to get very far in Massachusetts politics if you say, you know, we should the public shouldn't be funding healthcare at all. That's just sort of like almost settled issue here. While there can be reasonable disagreements on the best way to do it, should it be an employer mandate? Should the state be paying more? It's more about how we get these policies to work best, or public transportation. We have a Republican governor in Massachusetts, although if you asked members of his party elsewhere, they would say he's a Democrat, but, you know, who has been trying to fix the MBTA. I'm not going to get into whether it worked or not, but has from day one said, this is our responsibility as a Commonwealth of Massachusetts. We're going to put money into this. We're going to put energy into this. Now, there are folks on the other side of the aisle politically who said he's done it all wrong. He should have been putting more money in and this and that, but it's not an existential debate. We're saying we both have the same goal. And that's what gives me sort of, I guess, faith that Massachusetts is doing okay, but it's challenging. And it goes back, though, to what I was saying earlier, I think, and take it for what it's worth, is that people return to their own silos. You look at a map of where people are living based on political preference, based on consumer preferences. I mean, I think it's The Atlantic where I've read some of the great articles about this. I mean, you can look at the consumer preferences, what stores people shop at, what products they buy, predict what kind of community they live in, and how they vote. And then through that, you know, what they believe on these issues. And it is scary how you see, and you talk about the cities. Cities are pretty homogeneous politically, I mean, at least on national issues. But the minute you get outside, the further you get away, it changes, and I don't know the solution to that. I think it's an important question. I think, you know, let's say, think globally, act locally. I think that's the best we could do. It's what I try to do. What I tried to do when I was in public office, now in the private sector, is, you know, from your own neighborhood, your family, your own network, to your city, a town, to the state. You know, take it for what it's worth. The good intentions are not enough. We all have a role to play. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you both so much. It's really been an honor sharing the BEMA with you both, and thank you everybody for your questions. This has been a really insightful hour, and it's only been an hour. There is no way that we could address all of the various facets of these issues that are so critical in this short amount of time. You know, but like as y'all were talking, and as I was thinking on, you know, on that very fact, you know, I was reminded of you know, a piece of wisdom from Pirkei Avot, from the wisdom of our ancestors, which says, you know, that you know, we may not be able to finish the work, but we are not exempt from doing our best, from trying, from keeping at it. And so far as I'm concerned, this is very much a to be continued kind of conversation, and I look forward to having that conversation and to learning from your Torah, your wisdom, and taking that forward to see what we can do together. So thank you again.